Given a second for people to roll in. Oh, they gave me the knock feature. I can knock on other people's streams. Oh, shit. I don't think I'll do that, though. Oh, I should probably link the post to pin it. Because this is gonna be a long one. This is gonna be a long, long stream. And I'm very excited. Not gonna be active on chat today, but I'm gonna be looking. That's okay, Anya. Always happy to have ya. But hey, this music's too appropriate for this game. This music's a little, contemplative. Maybe I should fix that a little bit. You could never know what it's like. Your blood like winter frozen just like ice. And there's a cold lonely night that shines for you. You'll wind up in the shit. I did not sync that up correctly. The mask you use. And did you think that this cold would never win? Never win. Well, look at me. Coming back again, got the taste of love in a simple way. And if you need to know, I'm still standing, you just fade away. Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did? I didn't plan this out as well as I thought. Yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man, I'm probably getting copyright claims. Yeah. Not as Disco Elysium, but I thought it'd be funny. So yes, this is a big one. If you don't know, today is my actual birthday. I wanted to stream on the 5th, which would have been my 10th year on Twitch, or rather my 10th year streaming, just in general, because I started on a different site, way back when, way before I ever should have. If, in case you're curious, I thought I started earlier than my 26th birthday, streaming, which technically I did. I mean, I was 15, but, in case you're looking at older VODs and you see me mention, oh, it was my 10th anniversary last year, I was wrong. I have a bad memory. I have a very bad memory, actually. So, yeah. This is going to be my very first ever. I'm gonna turn down the music just a tad. This is my first ever, Streamathon. At least one where I'm intending to actually go for a full 12 hours. That's right. We're doing this the whole damn day. My apologies that I could not do this on the 5th, because, well, I had to prep for a colonoscopy, and I I almost got to stream that day. I almost did. But then I had fibromyalgia. So, that did not pan out the way that I thought it would. I have everything prepped and everything in place for me to stream this all day. We might get a few guests on. Who knows? Wait. Is this somebody else's, or is that actually mine? Okay, so if you don't know, with Disco Elysium, there is some, how should I say, complications with its rights ownership, because the original creators got shoved out of their own company. However, even though that the company owns the IP Disco Elysium, they seem to own the game Disco Elysium, and they encourage people to acquire this for, through perfectly legitimate means, I assure you. Which I clearly have done. However, oh, Cardboard Cat. Hi Tracy, I'm getting ready for my AP US History exam tomorrow. Happy to see you stream. Thank you. Always appreciate you coming here. So, we, I had a save file, but that's my Steam save file. This is, however, not my copy on Steam. It's a perfectly legitimate copy, that I got instead, so that way I would not be supporting the people who shoved the devs out of the company. Here's the big thing with the stream, though. Even though a lot of you are gonna be lurking, gonna be doing stuff in the background, which I totally understand. I love doing streams where I am just rambling at you in the background. However, this is a bit different because Disco Elysium is a prestige game. It is considered one of the greatest video games ever made. And even though I have only played this game about 5 hours in total, I am inclined perfectly to agree with that, because it really just is that good. It's so good. It's my Hun's favorite video game. It's a lot of people I know's at least up on their list of favorite video games, including my own. However, I'm going to give you all a little piece of the pie. A little piece of my birthday cake, if you will. Because, well, you are gonna help me. Or hinder me. Whichever you please. Because Disco Elysium allows people to connect through Twitch. And have just a little bit of control over the video game. I don't know exactly how it works. I've entered my stream key, so that way you all can interact with it. I personally do not know how. I'm assuming it's going to give us that info during the setup. And if it doesn't, I'll like, stop the stream for a second and look that up, so that way we can get that going. So yeah. I think this is close to the setup that I had before. I think I had sensitivity at high, though, and I think it was about here-ish, but no, I think it was just about here. Yeah. Because there's a lot of good, like, insight and well-written... In case you don't know, this game was initially released as a silent video game, just with text, and then they updated it, like, 2 years later, fully voiced, thousands of lines of dialogue, all of it incredibly, masterfully written and executed verbally. So, I'm not going to be talking as much this stream, because we're just going to enjoy. As much as my voice is your background audio, so will this game, because it you know, it's just a treat. This is a treat for both of us. Thank you, Aardvark. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So let's see here. I love these. I love these, by the way. Like, in case you're wondering, yes, these artworks have had such an impact on Null. Like, oh my god, look at these. Also, funnily, this one is named after a, oh my god, why am I spacing? Creator of Twin Peaks. David Lynch movie. I have not seen Inland Empire. I still need to watch most of, if not all of, David Lynch's movies. But I've watched season 1 and halfway through season 2 of Twin Peaks. So that's my familiarity. All motor, no brains, fast, loose cop. Well, the way I'm playing them, within, like, I want to say the first 10 minutes of me playing, I unlocked the communist route. By the way, if you don't know, the creators of this game, they personally thanked Karl Marx in their, like, acceptance award for, Game of the Year, which I think is fucking awesome. Yeah. I don't actually know if I changed any one of these when I initially played. Though, can you even, like... Oh, set signature. Right. Okay. Raw intellectual power. Hold yourself together. Keep yourself... your morale up. Hunches and gut feelings. Dreams and walking life. Understand others, work your mirror neurons, intimidate the public, assert yourself, connect to Station 41, understand cop culture, charm men and women, play the puppet master, reconnect crime scenes, make laws of physics work for the law. That's a fun description. The art kind of looks like System Shock, just a little bit. Understand creativity, see art in the world, play the actor, lie and detect lies, rhetoric, practice the art of persuasion, enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse, call upon your knowledge, produce fascinating trivia. Oh man, I might need to pick that one. I mean, you know me. You know me, I'm the Rambler. I'm the Highwayman. You can be gay now? Oh! Was that not already in the game? Because I thought Kusaragi was like your little boyfriend in this game. I wanted to play this game, but I really can't find a way to. Well, there are perfectly legitimate means for you to be able to play it, Aardvark. And the devs encourage you to get it through that way. Winky face. You can charm men and women. Well, don't worry. I will be doing the Kusaragi route because, they're cute together. They're cute together. At least from, like, the cultural osmosis I've absorbed and the 5 hours of play that I had years ago. Take blows. Don't let the world kill you. Shrug off the pain. They'll have to hurt you more. Flex powerful muscles. Ooh, excuse me. Enjoy healthy organs. Go to party planets. Love and be loved by drugs. No. Raise the hair on your neck. Tune into the city. Let people take control. Threaten people. Ready, aim, fire. See, hear, smell everything. Let no detail go unnoticed. The quickest to react. An untouchable man. Sneak under their noses. Stun with immune panache. Master machines, pick locks, and pockets. Sorry, my brain went... Oh my god, wait, okay, since it's been a little bit since I streamed last, and it was the Five Nights at Freddy's stream, I need to clear something up that I don't think anybody realized. So whenever I was pausing, I whenever I was pausing last stream, I was playing this video in the background, and it didn't pick up on the stream for no reason. For some reason, all desktop audio was not capturing the same way my voice wasn't capturing at the beginning of the stream. And I had to go back in, before this stream, and just make sure everything was correct, because, again, it wasn't capturing my audio from either channel for some reason. I made the mimic. It was difficult to put the pieces together. But unfortunately, something was wrong. Now I can do anything but sing the stupid song. Edwin, 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 Edwin. He made the mimic. Yeah. You know, I didn't even think about it, but man, the little, the subtle overlay of, the cool abstract background. Sorry if I keep hitting my mic. Okay, I need to also state this, just for the record. Before my stream started, my mic kind of broke. My mic stand, rather. And so did my chair. I have a beanbag chair, or at least, I had been using one because I thought it'd be better on my Mac, but, now, even at full capacity, it is too small for me to see all 3 of my monitors, so, gonna have to replace that again. Oh boy, they do not make chairs for small ladies like me. But yeah, let's go encyclopedia. Yeah. Alright, let's get going! Disco Elysium! The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is the address. Even the clearest water. Thank you, Cardboard Cat, for the resub with Prime. Take that money from Jeff Bezos.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever.
Never, ever, ever?
Never, ever, ever, baby.
Oh boy. Simply keep on non-existent.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
What was that about? The X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding.
Kinda sounds like lemon grab.
This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
No, I wanted to know something.
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
No, I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want me to give them to me.
Do you really?
I do. Let me off.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much on yourself. Got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Yes, Chef.
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
Wait, I did this to myself?
Yes. You're one disco mother.
Hell yeah, I am. Tell me, what's waiting for me?
There's this giant ball there. And evil apes. And the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball.
Oh no, we live in the Rise of the Planet of the Apes timeline. Ugh. Ugh. How big's the ball?
You can't even make out it's a ball when you're joking it out. It's that large.
That's pretty big. How small are the apes?
Infinitesimally small.
And this duking it out? I keep hearing about. What's that?
Vying for resources. It's just a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face. Or you lose.
That's sad.
Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago.
What do you mean, drowned?
You lost.
The sound outside, you recognize it. It's a Caprice Canena motor carriage.
Oh, oh, my stomach hurt. Oh. It did, didn't it? It kind of blended in. Oh. Ugh, gotta wake myself up. Oh. Pants. Medium-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. See, even the fucking alcohol is Marxist. You see the bottles in the bathtub. Wine, beer, and sweet liqueurs. Now, this game is in real time, so if it seems like I'm hurrying us along at any point, it's because I am.
Hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man.
That's why the face is all obscured, because he doesn't know what he looks like yet. Ooh.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing?
Really? All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Wipe the mirror.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
I just remembered there's a funnier way to find out what you look like. Apologies. We'll do that instead. His tie is on the ceiling fan.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
Now, chat, do you know if you have any influence over the game yet? Because I have, I don't know. Question, What does the succeed thing mean? It means whether or not an action is going to succeed or not. Every once in a while, one of those entities, like the Inland Empire, gives us a thing we can do, and its success rate is dependent on rolling a six-sided die, or well, I guess 12, two six-sided dice. Yeah, D&D. Yeah. Don't think so. There aren't any prompts. Okay. In that case, let me. Oh, sorry, my microphone. Let me. Twitch plugins. I don't know if it is a plugin because just from the wordage on the title screen, it seemed as if it was going to connect directly to my stream. Disco Elysium Companion. There we go. Okay. It is activated. Everybody, if you refresh your stream, I think you should see it. There's a button now you have to click to open the choice poll, if that's what you mean. I believe so, yes. Okay. So, then, it is prompting you all. Am I, reading into that correctly? Where do the prompts open? I'm not aware. Let me check. Maybe it's it talks about it in the description. Inspect a streamer's Disco Elysium character, vote on dialogue options, and boost the streamer's stats. Oh shit! I didn't know you could boost the stats. That's cool. Configure. To use the Twitch integration, you'll need the secret key. Oh! I see. Okay. Apologies. Hold on a second, chat. I thought I had to put in my streamer key. Yep. Okay. Connect. Okay. Thank you, Ham. Thank you. Shoot, I'm on mobile. It may still work on mobile. Let's see here. How about now? Everybody try refresh the page again. Unless if I had to wait a little longer. Ah, shit, it seems like I did. Hold on. Apologies. If I had known that, it was a separate key, I would have, looked deeper into it. I just assumed it was my channel key that I had to enter. It could be because it's perfectly legitimate. Yes, funny. It is funny. I mean, that was gonna be a big thing for the stream. I could play the actually legitimate version, if that's the issue. Can we just post numbers in the chat? I mean, that would be a good alternative. I guess the big thing is that you would have been able to directly affect the choice that was being made instead of me having to be the aggregate. Like, not only would you be able to like have influence over the choice, you would also be able to get us almost like upgrade the character. Like you would almost be cheating. Which I think is funny. I don't mind if you don't want to feel guilty, you don't have to. Okay. Well, in that case, let's give the normal version a shot. Apologies. Good thing is I won't have to reconfigure my stream layout because we're just playing Disco Elysium, so it's gonna recognize it either way. Oh, sorry, my microphone. My microphone is very wobbly because of how broken it is. And I need to install Disco Elysium. Well, I mean, I have a fairly fast computer, so this should not be an issue. So, chat, tell me, how is everybody doing today? I'm actually doing an Alberto about Marxism, which is funny. Huh. Well, good for you. This should help a little bit, hopefully. Thank you, Galactica. Why were some bits transparent? OBS has like a feature that's like allow transparency, and it just makes certain things in the games that I play transparent sometimes. I don't know how it chooses. Sometimes it looks really cool with like my background and stuff, but then sometimes it's like incomprehensible, like when I was playing Kingdom Hearts. Go Fox Deer, welcome to the stream. We're waiting for Disco Elysium to finish downloading the proper version. That way we can get Twitch integration going. I'm glad people are doing all right. I'm happy to hear that. I'm a birthday girl in a Disco Elysium world. Apologies if at any point you hear all the extraneous sounds. There is a reason why I have tended to only stream on Tuesdays, though that has become significantly harder, so apologies. You're probably going to see me stream on a couple days that are just outside of my usual range. It's kind of just a matter of whenever I can get the most quiet in my surroundings. But that don't matter right now, because it is finishing downloading right now. There we go. Okay, let's hop back in. Wow, I only played 2.9 hours. Fuck, I thought it was longer. And, of course, the game's not capturing... Oh, the silly. Lamau, just check my rewards. I can get Lego Star Wars. Cool. happy for ya. Oh yeah, this version has a collage mode where you can like move the characters in like specific ways. I know that was added back in as like a jangling key. Oh yeah, the connection established immediately. Okay. Let's make our own. Let's go back to huh? Why can't I get it higher? Oh, well that would be why. There we go. Okay. Back to where it was. And then encyclopedia. Okay, confirm. And if you don't mind, I'm going to speed us through the stuff we had already seen. But we should be able to go through it all. What the fuck is Smurfs 2, The Prisoner of the Greenstone? I don't know, but I'd stream that.
Nothing. Ever. Never. Never ever. An inordinate amount of time passes.
An awareness creeps up on you.
Ex-love. Do you really?
You wouldn't like.
Fear and apprehension.
Yes. There's this giant. You can't even make infinitesimally fine for reason. Yes. You love.
The sound outside.
Is that the Discord noise? Did you hear that? Oh shit! There's stuff on the stream now! On the overlay! Oh, whoa! You can, like, see my stats from the game. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's get those pants on. Oh wait, not the tie yet. Not quite yet. Disco ass blazer. I didn't notice the name. We'll skip the mirror. Oh, the tap's running. Can I turn that off? No, I can't turn that off. Okay. So now we're back to where we were. Why is the game window smaller than before, though? Hold on. I'm sorry to belay us even more, but... Full screen. Weirdly, my monitor has been starting to display as 2715 by 1527, which I've never heard of that. Like, aspect ratio. But yeah. This reel-to-reel player is still on, rolling
You
empty.
hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is
Aluminium.
a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Oh, okay. Like the door that's in the bathroom. Maybe. Or not. We gotta get this guy out of his hangover. Oh, hey. Green shoe, left foot on the coat rack. The year is 51. Wow. Jesus is still alive. That's crazy.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Officer? Am I a military personnel?
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Then why'd you call me an officer?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
You're shitting
I'm
me.
not. Unless you've been shitting us all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
And what business is that?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Let her know you want her fit. No. Because we want Kusaragi. Who in their right mind would let me be an officer of the law? Making deals, breaking heels, business cop. Why don't I remember
Could
being
it be
a cop?
because of the drinking?
Oh, that would make sense.
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
A glib remark. Don't let it stand. Assert yourself.
Nah, let it go.
Retreat is not a winning tactic.
I should get going now.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Oh man, I don't know why I...
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Goodbye.
I thought there was like a thing that let me see the face during that conversation for some reason. Looks like she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. It's still smoking. Okay, well in that case, let's go back and get our tie and such.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches, or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend, and wants to reattach itself to your neck, so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
No, she's got a point. Yeah.
The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now.
Oh, shit.
A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. The lights are off. You swoop up.
Yay!
Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning. The necktie is no longer contained.
We did it.
What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. If it's your friend, why was it up there? Who ties their friend to a ceiling fan? Maybe this thing is dangerous somehow.
Oh, probably. Get down to it.
An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you as you look at the tie.
Well, guess we'll see what this mug looks
A mirror
like.
hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Oh, I didn't catch that before.
Hot water sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there. Really, or recollection of the person you are, as you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Maybe I should touch it first. Make sure there's nothing wrong with my face.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What? What's wrong?
Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
At least my tongue's okay.
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly
Honk,
tiny
honk.
nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you. Behold.
Yeah! Look Look at him, that handsome devil.
You have no idea who this thing is.
Dear Lord, help me. What is this? Of course I do. It's some kind of superstar. I think I'm a
It
superstar.
appears you're also dead. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I think it might be because I'm a superstar.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
Which one? One or two? I'll leave this one up to you guys. Way to go, superstar. I think it's because I'm a superstar. Okay.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin
Oh,
to
one?
your face,
Oh, whoops.
and now it won't come off.
Sorry. I forgot about chat delay. My apologies.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
Superstar. God, I don't know. It's indescribable. I think it's supposed to look suggestive. I'm afraid it's meant for the ladies. I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic. I think I'm sort of pulling it off too in a sad has-been kind of way. There's some charm to it. Kind of want to go with that one. It's an expression of pain.
There might have been 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Oh, we can gamble on this one. Okay. Encyclopedia, formidable. Dig deep into your mind, locate the source of the expression. Or electrochemistry, impossible. Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Two, four. Oh, I must still be on chat delay. Hold on. But I kind of don't want to stop the expression. I want to figure out what it is. Can we try the stat boost thing? Yeah. Definitely. I don't know how that works on your guys' end, but, is it like, do you click on encyclopedia? No. Oh, you can? Okay, maybe I can't because I'm, the streamer. They don't want me rigging it then. Keep going, dig deeper. Okay.
Like the rest of you,
Fuck.
it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Should I stop the expression? Is it one of those bubbles on the right side of the screen? I think it is. I clicked it. It kind of just showed me what each stat was. I don't know if it's different for you guys. Maybe it's that you can only influence particular events? Kind of hard to tell. Is it one of those bubbles in the right? Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck. My brain. I guess I'll let the mirror be for now. Oh, we can finally start speeding up a little bit. There's a little cupcake. There's a little cupcake. Nine degrees centigrade overcast. I don't even know what country we're in. Well, I know we're in a country that doesn't exist, but I believe it's Elysium, if I remember correctly. The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. Hello there. Green snakeskin shoes. Oh, I'm looking good.
There they both are. Two identical shoes.
Oh, secret task.
both
Find
purple
your shoe.
and green, and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you've heard my wobbling microphone. I definitely got to get a new one. New mic stand. I think I got it in place now, finally. Okay.
Like two baby crocodiles.
Wait, these do not look like normal cop shoes.
It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are.
How did they fit?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you.
My morale went up. Let's go. Mr. Morale. Oh, I can't click off of the screen. Or rather, around the screen. Oh, I was kind of hoping I could interact from up here. Oh well. Oh, hey! Thank you for reminding me, Cardboard Cat. The stream adventure might be happening sooner than expected. I've put a little more thought into it. I've been trying to figure it out. However, you know, like a lot of the things that I make, my ambition grew quite a bit. So I've been scaling it back just a tad, just a little bit, so that way it's more manageable. But I have been keeping track. I have been keeping track of, like, all the points redeemed. So thank you. Let's knock on the doors. Or not.
The door is closed. There is no answer. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Why are you doing this? Don't do this to me. Oh, wait. Is that being said out loud, or... swallow the emotion.
Door is closed.
I don't want to say that to her. Weekend edition of a newspaper. Trompe le Monde. Sorry, just the all caps. Yes! Hi, Vamp! Hi, Vamp! Oh, Vamp, do you want to join on call? No pressure or anything. Just, you know. I know you wanted to hang out on stream sometime. Hi! 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 This is where your lyrics would be. A big old karaoke mic. I almost called it a karaoke mic. This split. Wait. That's Twitch Purple. That's Twitch Purple.
Totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get.
Oh, wait. No, it's
Emotions
Inland
need to be
Empire
expressed.
Purple.
People need to
My
know your
apologies.
vast oceanic soul.
I thought you guys would finally have a choice to make. Oh. Shucks. Give me a few minutes to eat my I don't eat breakfast food, and I'll be good. All good. Hi, Ham. I know I've said hi to you already. Ham, if you want to join too, you're more than free to. I will hop in the call. Buh. There we go. And now we can have funny sound effects. Hooray! And stuff like...
No.
Pizza. In this house. In this house.
I'm sorry. I'm actually still working, just checking in every couple of minutes in between calls. Totally understandable, totally fair. I hope your day is going well. Gives you a big tussle on the hair. Totally sing karaoke here. The first chance you get, your emotions need to be expressed. My soul is immense.
Utterly. And it needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
This goes well with the theory that I'm developing, that I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar person.
Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
What should I sing when it comes
You
to
have
it?
not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
Lamentation sounds good. They'll really get a gauge on my soul with that. I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, get people going.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You have to find something tragic to sing first, though.
Okay. Well, we got that new mission.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter.
Oh, you know what? I should put this on my big monitor.
As
What am
you
I
approach,
doing?
He gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he is purposely ignoring you. Looks like he's not a fan.
Look at the stuffed bird.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are
You
in
can't
right
tussle
now.
my hair. I have a hat. No, that's fair.
Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Can I help you with that?
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at the doors where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Okay. Poor guy. I fucked up his bird. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. A woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today's starts in the man's handwriting. This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. The door is bolted. A sign reads, "Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1300. Sign reads, "Mess hall reserved for union members. Don't use till 1600. This royal pinball machine is unplugged. What a shame.
Hello, sweetie.
Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife! That's my favorite character from Sonic 06.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
No, that's true. Shouldn't keep them waiting. But what if there's more things to click on? What if there's more things to click on? See? That's it. Okay, now I can talk to him.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is...
Wait, apologies. I forgot to put this on my big monitor. Windowed. Then I move you guys in front of me, so that way I can see you better. Put you on my tablet screen, even. Then full screen this. Whoa! That looks weird. That looks weird on my big monitor. Oh, there we go. Okay. And then full screen. There we go. Wonderful. Now I can read things better. I should put on my glasses. Hey, don't forget to put on your glasses. Like I do. Block the blue light. Alright. Kim Katsuragi. Apologies, I was getting his name wrong, but it has been a few years.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Hold on, who is he to me?
He is your half-brother.
Shake his hand.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Let's come up with a name!
Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
I don't really know my name.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
Oh, you mean him?
If you
I
don't
just
mind,
talked to
we should
him.
talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
I have, yes.
Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case.
Okay, good.
Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
Let's get things going then.
After you, officer.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle
I
has
didn't
a
even think
shortwave.
about that.
You
Oh
can use it to
boy.
report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible, but getting the body down should still take precedence.
I am realizing it's actually a little difficult to see chat on my tablet comparatively. There we go. That's better.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Oh, thank you, the little tutorial woman that's in my brain. I wish I had one of those. Oh man, it's already been an hour. Oh, we gotta get going. We gotta get moving. Hey,
The
man.
man with the unimpressive beard.
Mr. Gart, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41.
He still doesn't know your name. I'm currently in between names.
Fantastic.
It's like when you've left your your band, but you haven't decided on a solo artist name yet.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Oh, well, that's good.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Right then, questions. I
His
got
face
this.
expresses profound doubt in your having this.
Why did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Am I not a cop? Everything is my business.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mystery solved.
Is it? Because I thought you were supposed to be investigating the lynching, not my employer conduct.
But this stuff gets on my nerves. I'm a feminist. I guess I like to be thorough. Everything has something to do with everything. I don't know, I just went for it. You're right, I probably shouldn't have asked. I guess I like to be thorough.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
Chat, do any of these? Okay, the vamp is ready. Yay!
Hi.
Yay! Hello!
Oh.
It's Vamp! Everybody, it's Vamp!
Yay! Yay! Yay!
Hi! How are you doing, Vamp?
I'm doing alright. I just got off of my, like, 5th or whatever day of training, so I'm chilling right now.
Understandable. I hope that's been going okay.
It's been going well. It's just, you know, it's a pretty popular coffee shop near, like, a really busy intersection, so you know how it goes.
No, that is completely fair. I'm streaming the game, just in case.
Yes, I see it.
Yes.
How far have you finished Disco Elysium before, haven't you?
No.
So I haven't either, so I'm totally fine with doing this with you.
Yay! I have only played 2 hours.
Yay! I think I played about like an hour and or so, or maybe a little bit more. I don't remember, but I did figure out a lot of shit with the body. So like, and I was playing with Glem, and Glem said usually people don't do that first, and I was like, what?
That is so funny. I also played with Glem, and I think I think he said the same thing to me.
I'm sorry that we are just so good at our jobs.
I remember the most distinctive memory I had of this is first stepping outside and then just having that big zoom out of yeah, the wow moment. Should I ask any of these other questions?
You should ask, what is your problem with me?
What's your problem with me?
Why would I have a problem with you? You're a hero cop.
So not only am I a cop, but I'm also a hero. You're being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
The dead body. Oh my god, I did all those things?
No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here.
What have I been doing then? Have you seen me around?
No, I
Scratch his
haven't
ass.
seen you around. I just got here, remember?
Oh, his
there
baboon
anything
brain
else?
and his baboon heart.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
Oh, fuck. How much does that convert to modern currency?
At least $3.
Oh, fuck.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But
Such a great voice. Such a great voice.
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
I remember the last time you did this, you like almost crashed into an old lady.
Oh my god, right?
no, don't listen to him. It's madness. Just
Should I try it again?
But no. It's up to you.
What's real?
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
Real.
the IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in,
We have
right
a
now,
one world
it's
money.
safe to assume he means.
I wish
he
this were
could
real and
bring
true.
some money.
If only. It would make the economy less rigged.
It'd make it so much more easier to go place to place.
Uh-huh. By real, do you mean some form of street cred?
Wow, you're a genius.
Wow.
Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him!
No, don't do that.
But what exactly is money?
What are you, a philosopher?
I might be.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
Interesting. Where do I get it from? Why do I need it? But what if I don't have any?
For survival, to pay me. Unless you want to become a hobo. Do you want to become a hobo? There's nowhere else to stay in Martinez, and it's a cold spring outside.
Ah,
Money doesn't make you
mayonnaise.
happy, but it lets you be unhappy for a while longer. If you run out of money, you die. It's like that for all of us. Me too. That's why I need you to pay me. I'm not an asshole.
Interesting. Where do I get it from?
Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
I mean, I'd say it's the same answer, but knowing this game, they're probably two completely different answers.
I would follow your heart.
But what if I don't have
There's a
any?
shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something.
Oh,
in the
what a
pockets
gentleman.
of his- That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
Oh. Oops.
Can you do the first one?
Did I just hear my tie speak to me twice?
No one is saying that! No one is saying that Ty can talk! That would be ludicrous! It's just that you should arrest him! It would be wiser! He wants to take your money!
I'm not
I'm not comfortable with any of this.
Great advice. I'm considering it. No way, I have duties. I'm a cop. I'm not talking to a tie. Just tuck it away.
The lieutenant watches you fiddle with your horrific tie. Sweat stains forming under your armpits. He puts his hand on your shoulder.
If you don't have the money, it's okay. None of us are in this for the wages.
What happens
What happened
now?
now?
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, Maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
You know what that's a synonym for?
What?
Jellystone.
Holy shit. Oh my god. It all connects.
I could.
This is their subtle way of trying to hypnotize people to watch Jellystone.
Ooh, you will watch the funny and great show that our friend worked on. Ooh.
I'm casting 30 different spells right now.
I am sending so many brave waves. Scratch his ass.
Yeah.
I don't remember where my home is. Fuck this place. I'll take my chances on the streets. I'll see what I can do.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more. You should take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car, okay? We have to get this investigation started now.
Yes, it's already 9 o'clock.
Good luck.
Oh?
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank.
Do I even have one?
Do I?
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Up on Marvel Hill? Wow. Not only is this connected to Jellystone, it's also in Marvel. Wow.
Why did you say that?
These are just synapses firing. It doesn't mean anything. The name must have some meaning for me.
Hey, Lieutenant!
Do you know? Do you know?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place?
Expression?
Up on Marvel Hill, a great high place. One that is impossible to climb back to.
Oh.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
I live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobo cop. He is a hobo. He is a cop. He is a hobo cop.
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
Oh, but where's my badge? Oh, right, doors.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, tutorial woman in my head.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Your face adorned.
Wait, so he's just been making this expression literally the entire time then. Good. We're keeping it. I don't know where the badge is. Oh.
I'm trying to
He
remember.
also tries not to look at the pile of
Shit.
viscera on the carpet.
I think
Or the
early
weird
on in the
suitcases
game you're
of
just
Hattie.
not gonna find
Or
shit.
the potted plant.
Oh,
dying
that's
in the
fair.
corner.
We don't have enough
But it's all
intuition.
just too morbid to ignore.
That, or I think it's like somewhere out of like the starting area.
I did it my way.
No problem, officer.
He wants to leave.
Can we go? Can we please go, officer? Can we please go?
Please.
I can't do a French accent, so
Fred Jackson?
I think he has a little bit of a Frenchy accent.
Oh, French accent.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my audio processing. I heard Fred Jackson.
Who the fuck is Fred Jackson?
I don't know. I can do a tiny bit of a French accent, but I'm embarrassed because I'm, you know, descended from the French.
That's okay. We can't control everything.
Yeah. Sniffs. Fuck the police. Yeah!
Wait a minute, I am police!
Fuck me. I see green buttons. I must click. I must
You
click.
are not going toward the body.
I'm going the exact opposite way. Because I need to click. I need to click. I need to click.
Girl who loves clicking.
Jump jams. Was that magnesium? What the fuck? Who's just
Yummy.
oh, that's true, yummy.
Welcome to Ivashon.
Racist?
You're scary looking.
Well, no wonder he's scary looking. He's racist.
Never mind, let's keep going. I don't want to talk to this guy.
Yeah. Okay, this is where we become a communist, right?
RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
You sound
I
surprised.
don't see a lot of police around here. That's all.
I have some questions.
Of course. What can I help you with?
Who are you exactly?
I am just a gardener.
Good to meet you, just a gardener. Next question.
I'm working. I have a greenhouse in the yard there.
There's discomfort. She stops mid-sentence.
Go on. It's okay.
As you probably know, there's a corpse hanging from a tree there. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salts I've had to inhale.
What is this fuck the police business? And can I get on it?
Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Oh, should I?
Never mind.
Oh, okay.
She shifts in her seat awkwardly.
Apologies, ma'am. I have
Of
to
course.
run.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
No, those gloves aren't really my style.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
Oh, I wanted to indicate I fucking hate the police too. Oh.
Oh. Put your
Before
gloves
you
on.
stands a motor carriage.
Oh,
The
right.
bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number.
Man, imagine if
57.
cars look like this instead.
Yeah.
Emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle.
Though
It
this
hasn't
thing
had
probably
time to
guzzles
cool off
gas
yet.
like a motherfucker.
Slurp.
This must be
Slurp!
the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion.
Can you
The
believe we
good
made that
police
5 years
motor
ago?
carriage.
Yeah. Wait, what?
The slurp video?
What the
We're-
fuck do you mean it was 5 years ago?
I know, right? I mean, this is my 10th
Oh.
stream anniversary.
Oh my god, okay.
You've been here since the beginning.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So in a way, it's also your 10th stream anniversary.
What? What the?
What the?
Guy who doesn't stream that much.
Yes. I mean, same. Tommy lay home. Little homie gay ass.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Wait, keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on? Hey there.
Hey there.
It's the jam, my man.
Hey, man.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Fuck. How long you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, What do you need?
Tell me more about the strike.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else I should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
Hey, that's fair. What are you hauling anyways?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Cool.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
You're under arrest. Wicked.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
Oh, can I actually ask him for a tracksuit?
I've never done this like before, so.
Oh shit.
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise.
Oh, that's fair.
The bosses won't be happy.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Oh, hey, do you know anything about the dead man?
One of us drivers.
Oh, BTW.
I know that. All
By the
accounted
way.
for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Is it what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
And?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
You got any change?
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The bosses, man.
I don't know who these bosses think they are, but sounds like a good arrangement for them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself. Don't be a stranger.
I like his voice.
I do, as well.
Alright, let's see that stinky body.
Yeah. Button. Oh wait, I haven't zoomed out. I need to make my brain so big. Oh. Huh? What?
I was trying to make noises for that.
Oh, no, I got what you were doing. It's not letting me go further out.
Oh, okay, damn.
Fucking Amazon.
To fucking Amazon.
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago.
We need directions.
Of course. Where to?
Where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm disoriented. I don't know where I am.
Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
Where's the corpse?
It's there. In the yard, right through the hole in the fence. There's the pier, The Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
I thought of a very stupid joke.
Yeah?
Ah, the pier. Where people go to pier. Fuck.
Awesome. Cool.
The harbor gates? Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably. Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
Thanks. That's all for now.
No problem.
I have to run to a body. But can I
BRB.
zoom out? Fucking Amazon.
Alright, time to look at Poo Poo Body.
Poo Poo Body. And Poo Poo Children.
Yeah.
I remember not liking these children. Man, he's throwing fucking rocks at it. Come on.
Yeah, he is.
Wait! Yeah. This is where they filmed the fucking, the
Yeah.
Casey Neistat,
Yeah.
recreation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too far away for me to click. Real! Oh wait, sorry. Real!
Get some of that. Yes!
And more magnesium to eat. Yay!
I love magnesium. Smiles.
Crunchy. It's crunchy. They're the runners.
True.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
What is this?
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
But what is this?
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
But what is this?
It's nothing. Just left some roofing material slanted
What if
against
after 4
an
times
old
it's just,
shack.
are you fucking listening to me?
It's nothing.
Oh,
Someone
if
just left some
only.
roofing material
Oh, that'd be
slanted
awesome.
against an old shack. Because it's nice and orderly.
I can't
Well
see
laid
anything.
Easy on the
Oh.
eyes. Rhythmic pattern calms your mind.
Oh, but my morale went
Moments
up.
like this.
I'm Mr. Morale again.
No, there's more to this. You get this strange feeling.
What is this feeling?
Hard to say. It's gone now.
Locked!
Feels
Ah,
like you see.
fuck!
Especially the small ones.
We gotta get our perception up. Damn.
Anyway. Alright, tell the kids to stop throwing their rocks at their body.
Eyes.
Yeah.
The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish.
Okay, you don't gotta say that.
Your breath.
Kuno's got this.
He looks like Tom York.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
If there ever was such a
Oh,
thing
fair
as an
warning.
ugly kid,
They will say the
this
F
is it.
slur here.
He's
I'm just
almost
letting everybody on stream
exquisite in his
know.
ugliness, like a gremlin.
Warning! Warning!
Warning! Warning! F slur will be said. Everybody here is gay, so it's fine.
It's fine. We are also that.
I give Kuno the pass to say the F slur.
Just this once. If he says it another time, we're killing and arresting him. In that
But
order.
In that order.
So prepare. They will say the word. Fettuccine.
Oh, fuck. I forgot that was her voice.
What the fuck does that mean?
don't know.
It's
I think
probably
it might
made
be
up.
like either it's a made up word or it's a real word that I just don't know.
No, that's fair. I can't think
The fucking Icelandic, I don't know.
perhaps. A single perhap.
Hey kid, a word.
Hey kid, a word. Police business.
Right in the dick, Kuno. Get him right in the dick.
Get him in his fucking dick.
Love it in the dick.
Oh, they censored it.
No, I thought they didn't.
Fucking Amazon. It's probably.
Stop using slurs at my crime scene.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Why are you talking like that?
That sounds good. Joyous, you should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
Juicy what?
I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno. Ride the lightning, Kuno.
Fucking Metallica reference. Oh god, I never played the Metallica mashup album on stream. Oh god.
Damn.
Did you listen to it?
No.
No, that's fair. It's fucking noise. I actually have been working on a version to make it even worse. I had originally thought of dragging my microphone out into the garage and blasting it on the speakers out there. And then that becomes the recording of it. Or I drag my microphone into the shower and record it in there off of my just my normal mic.
Cool.
Kuno's riding at sea.
The rake, Kuno. You should throw the rake at him, Kuno.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
This kid's a fucking idiot. My apologies, I shouldn't be mean to the youth. Even though he said a fucking slur.
Kim,
asshole.
What do we do? I just love the Kim options. That's why I always choose them.
Kim, what should we do?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
What forces?
You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
Kid, you want to hang out? I'm not a narc.
Thanks. Yeah.
Fuck no. Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking entrapment shit.
Look, I got a question. Oh yeah, you go. That's fine. You go.
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Not what I said, but okay.
Not at all. I really wonder if Amazon did censor that. Cause apparently, they went and censored like some movie on their streaming service to take out like some of the language used.
Oh, okay, so you keep like mentioning Amazon. Was Amazon involved something with like this game at all or something?
Well, not initially. So what happened was, the creators of the game, like the actual like two developers that made this game and founded the company that made the game, got kicked out.
Oh my god.
Like they weren't kicked out for like any bad reasons at all. It was literally a power grab. And after some intense legal debate, it was determined that the company owns the IP of Disco Elysium, but the original creators own the game itself, which is why they upload it to the Internet Archive. Which I've been skirting around that, but since I'm playing like the official version right now, I think it's good to say, hey, the creators of the game actively want you to get the game from Internet Archive.
That's such a strange like IP thing, because usually what happens is they own both.
Yeah.
So so it's like, okay, interesting move, I guess.
No, yeah. And the big thing with it is that, you know, considering this game is radically Marxist in its overt tone and critique of society, the structure of cops and policing, and general, just the life that we be living. It feels extremely hypocritical of the company, not the two developers, to let Amazon, of all companies, be the company that is financing and producing an adaptation of this game for their streaming service.
It's a little crazy.
Mm-hmm. And the only thing that they have done with this game since having full control over it is add in a picture mode where you can like put assets where they're not supposed to be and make funny pictures. And that was just done as a sort of piecemeal, trying to be like, hey, play our game more. Even though they are currently sitting on the sequel. Like, the sequel is borderline done, and they were going to release it, but they got, the developers got kicked out of the company. So.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of shit.
It's a whole lot of shit. It's super unfair, and I can't help but wonder, of course, like what that game was going to be, and hopefully, they just sit on it until maybe the two devs can get the rights back. But more than that, I hope the devs eventually reach a place of financial stability again, because they have not done that within years because of what happened. Feel very bad.
It's it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like maddeningly so.
It is maddening because literally, I played this game for 2 hours and I would sincerely call it one of my favorite games ever made. So. But...
All right, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
Settle down, boy.
The body.
The body.
Shitload pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
Kim, help me out here. What do we do?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Do you know who he was?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
Cool.
They were willing to censor the other word.
Well, GIMP is just like a very particular thing.
Yeah, that's true.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
I meant before who he was before he died.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone.
The popo phone.
Awesome.
Have you seen anybody suspicious
Just
around?
a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Sorry.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Oh my god.
Didn't censor that one.
Looks like you're a faggoty now, whatever that means. The suspicious question
I believe that's
doesn't
just
really work in
a
antagonistic situations.
A French gay man. More on this later.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Hey, that was the second use of it. We're gonna have to see you in the head now.
Yep.
The fuck
It
about
might have been the third. I don't know.
You're
Get lost.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
I didn't know you
Ever
had a
climb
little
it?
wooden choo-choo. May I see it?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant
He
takes
loves
a
the word
quick
fuck.
note in his
He
notebook.
does.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
What's the greenhouse?
Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there.
I don't know what that word is either.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to
Oh.
describe people of South Seminese or Erie Uppergite descent.
Oh,
used to
so
be
it's a
common
fake
first name among
slur.
the Erie Uppergites of Ilmara.
I
Not so
see.
much anymore.
That's very odd, syntax wise, because the word kipper in Swedish, Icelandic, no wait, what was it? The people that make Alan Wake, Finnish. In Finnish it means basically L'chaim.
And what does that mean?
Oh, that's a Jewish term for, like, you know, to life.
Oh, okay.
You know, usually used for, like, you know, cheers.
I like that I looked at this up and I might have misspelled it because it says it's giving me a Dutch word for goalkeeper.
Oh, I mean, certain words mean different things in different languages. Yeah, like Yom Kippur, yeah. You are correct, Galactica. I don't know why I said it like that. I feel like the game's rubbing off on me now.
You're becoming more gay.
I'm becoming more French. Fuck.
This is actually the worst thing to ever happen.
Oh, I've been listening to Daft Punk most of my life, and it never got this bad. Fuck.
Guys!
What are they doing to my brain? No. Oh my god, Zeep! Hi! Hi! It's been so long.
Hello.
Your streams changed the trajectory of my life and allowed me to meet so many friends. So I know still to this day, and paved the path to my career as a content creator. Best wishes. Well, thank you, Zeep. Best of luck to you too. It is crazy just thinking back on it all. But hold on, the gardener used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Okay, thanks, Kuno.
He certainly does say shit. And fuck.
Yeah,
He loves the word fuck.
What was she doing in the greenhouse in March anyway? What kind of gardening is done in March? Yes, it seems suspicious. You don't like things being like that. Suspicious.
Don't say that. Don't be mean.
Oh, is this mean?
I think that might be, like, drugs. I think it's a way to get him to leave you alone.
Oh, no.
Yeah, whatever.
Don't
Kuno
want
doesn't
that.
give a shit.
Who is the Kuno?
Who is the Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig.
Okay.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't throw that book shit at Kuno. Kuno knows you're lying. Trying to get Kuno hooked on the book.
Kuno, I think you're hooked on something else.
I think you're hooked on a lot of things. And none of it's good.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
Whoa!
Whoa! Fuck. I'm not trying to do anything. Or I'm just gonna leave.
You could just say either one.
I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats the shit out of you.
Buddy, I don't think that's possible.
Buddy, I think even in his disheveled, drunken state, he is going to fucking kill you. And arrest you.
Drag your fat ass out of here, fat boy, before Kuno...
Okay, you're going to jail.
Just go.
No, listen, keep listening.
Bang! Got fucked by the Kuno. We alright? You wanna get fucked again? Come back.
Damn, alright. Okay, there is a way to like get him like to go away from the fucking body that I've actually managed to do before.
Oh, really?
Firstly, hey, save this for a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This trash container
Oh.
is locked.
Okay, but well, first,
There's
look at
something
the trash.
in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at you, trash container? You're just a trash container.
The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Lieutenant, what do you think could be in there?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
And then we should open it immediately.
Mm-hmm. We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage,
Or
we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
That's true.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
Okay.
Alright, save for me.
Yes.
Okay, talk to the Kuno again.
Fuck does Kuno care?
More question. Oh, empathy. What should we do with the Kuno then?
No, number 4.
Do you,
I think it's really interesting pathway. That's why I like doing it.
No, that's
why I asked you to save so you can reload and do it again.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm good with that.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around.
Is there a quick load? Yes, there is.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna keep making Tracy do this until she gets it.
No, that's fair. Honestly, I can't believe I never thought about doing this myself.
Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene.
We got close. We got close that time.
So there's I think you know that there's a way to like shoot down the body. Did you know that?
I didn't actually. I thought I was supposed to go up the
shit,
ladder and grab them off.
I'm it for you. Fuck.
No, it's all good.
Bossing you.
We're getting close to the point where like neither of us know anything, so.
It's true.
Why was the picture different? That was creepy. It was like a horse.
I didn't notice that.
Does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno.
Yay!
There we go.
It's Kuno S.
Do the number 6. Number 2.
Okay.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't
say the second one.
Bad in this.
Say you gotta like ease it into him on his level.
Oh, okay.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even.
Wow!
Can't stick around, but happy birthday.
What
This one's gonna be your year.
Thank you.
It appeared on my screen for just a split second.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I saw the little I saw the little guy there.
The little seal. Did you hear the wow?
I did not hear the wow. I'm so sad.
Oh.
Though to be fair, I have both your stream open on the regular Twitch like thing and also on my Discord.
Oh, okay.
You never know when any ghouls come in and try to like get your stream.
No, that's true. That's very true. The ghoul.
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, She was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she got in how?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S, two of a kind.
What do you mean she smoked someone? Do you think that's a good one?
I can't remember if I chose that one. Do number 4 because it's funny.
That's true.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit. Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
Could she be Suarez?
Surois? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
See, isn't this like a fun little like side thing you could do?
This is.
Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was
I always
shipped
like hearing the insight into the characters.
Now let's ask, what do you mean by she smoked them?
Yes.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Really? Is this you too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
How many?
How many?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
Oh, it's okay.
It's okay,
kid.
Kuno. You're not stupid.
Yeah, it's okay, Kuno.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence.
The
There is
creature.
something searching in her eyes.
To my utterness horrors, there was the creature. Do you think it's possible she's killed other children, Kuno?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what
Aw,
Kuno was starting to
bud.
think, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kuno. You think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Okay.
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Thank you, drama.
Thank you, drama.
Let's ask number 7.
Why is she called Kunoise?
Because she fucking looks like Kuno.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
No one knows her name. Kuno calls her C.
If you want to do 4, you can, but I usually went to 8 after this.
No, yeah, I think I'm just gonna do 8.
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
Ooh, hang on. Let me think about that.
Yeah.
Let me think on this. Let me think. I gotta remember what I chose because it worked. Save.
Oh, I can't save because we're in the middle of an
it's
option.
fine. It's fine. Hang on. I'm trying to think. Hang on. Let me go into my like brain. Hang on. Let me brain blast for a minute.
You gotta talk to your inland empire.
That's to my inland empire.
Put trust in the Kuno. We're trying to put some respect on the Kuno.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to respect the Kuno right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember which one I chose because it was the thing that respected the Kuno or whatever. I think it points at me. I think that fuck. Hang on.
I have to assume it's either 2 or 1. 3 sounds a little too dismissive.
Yeah, I think it's one of those two. I'm honestly thinking. Number 2. No, not number 2. Maybe that might be patronizing, actually.
No, that's fair. This does sound sincere.
Yeah, fuck it, do it. Let's see what goes on.
Listen. See, it's Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
Understood, Kuno.
Understood, Kuno.
All right. Now we can do business.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics. If you run a little errand for the Kuno.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay, Kuno.
Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. And shit, you can even fuck back in Kuno's kingdom. Kuno saw you sniff around that fucking pile of tonight. It's a secret door, okay? Just pull it off and fuck back in there.
Shit. Okay. What was that about you running an errand and illegal narcotics, Kuno? Should I ask that? Because it feels like, you know.
I think I chose that.
Okay.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on.
Oh, he's dipping into his dad's
Kuno
supply.
and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Say okay.
Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who's your dad?
Yeah, who's your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol?
How much material are we talking?
How much material are we talking, Kuno?
Like half. A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's half a gram, sir.
Half a gram?
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not?
Okay, I made up my mind, Kuno. Or...
Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm going in there, but not for the speed. I'm going for the most violent man. I'm going in there for justice. No, I'm not an arc. No. I'm going in there.
I'm gonna compensate. Not lie, you need the speed. That's so fucking funny. Don't say that.
So 1 or 2 or 5.
I think 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of him.
Whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key. So you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side. Bang on the door.
When he says fuck your way in there, awesome.
That's awesome.
Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door. Police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
I'm gonna kill Kunos now.
The number 3.
Come on, kid. Obviously, I'm not gonna take it. We need to get the drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
Any other questions? Let's see what other questions.
Yeah. The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want?
Number 2.
I was wondering about that trash container.
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
I got a very strong hunch.
Yeah.
Fuck does Kuno care about your hunch? That's your shit.
Okay.
You
Okay.
figured it
Thanks,
out.
Kuno.
Yeah, thanks, Kuno.
Hi, Kuno.
Fucking care.
Well, we care about you, buddy. And your sweet drugs. Let's go get them.
Oh, you should probably ask him to stop fucking throwing rocks at the guy. I forgot about that.
No, that's fair. I forgot too. I was so invested.
Does Kuno care?
The
fuck about it?
Do you know how it got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Oh, okay. Where did you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking
Oh
Night City.
shit! Cyberpunk 2077? Huh? Huh? This game takes place in every universe.
There is no Night City anywhere.
Oh, never
That
mind.
sounds like the name of a city.
Okay, about the dead body.
Science fiction novel.
Oh wait! Oh my god! I think that was an actual Cyberpunk reference, like the TTRPG.
I mean, it probably was. It wouldn't surprise me.
That's awesome. That's fucking cool. Should I say that's a fictional
No.
city? Nah. Just skip to the
About that
dead
dead
body.
body.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kuno didn't smoke him if that's what you mean.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Now? After all this?
I don't think. I don't. No, I don't think. I think I might have. I think. Can you talk to Kuno actually?
You're testing. Get lost.
She loves that word.
She loves that word.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
One step closer.
Take one step closer.
Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
Just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Child, converse with me. What are these strange words you use, girl?
I like either one.
You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing her. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay. I'm upsetting Kuno. I shouldn't do that. Oh, I still gotta put on my gloves. Oh, what the fuck? Huh? Wait. Oh, I unlocked something? Trace your drunken steps back home. Do I have to wait to internalize this? Because I'm only at 70.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. I've never seen that before. That's kind of neat. Gloves.
All right, let's take a look at that body.
Bullets. Oh. I didn't actually know there was combat. Level up? What? Oh, I can't yet. Never mind. Lol. I suppose that's the ladder they're talking about.
Yeah, you got that's the
Looks at
ladder. You
with
just gotta look at the
bulging white
fucking
You seem to be
dead
holding
body.
your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body
Yeah, you're
below
not gonna make
appears
this, and it's fine if you don't.
It's letting out an
But what if we save scum?
The smell seeps in.
Oh, we could. That'd be funny.
Clenched nostrils.
I love save scumming.
I love save scumming, and I think anybody who looks down upon it is, you know, mean.
There he still is, looking right through you. The smell is repulsive.
Oh, but we got so close.
Pushes in from your mouth. More instant.
Oh, but we got so close.
There he still is, looking right through you. The smell.
The smell.
The smell.
There he still is, looking. The smell.
The
The Smith speed run.
There he still is, looking.
The speed run.
I don't think that.
I'll do it one more. If not,
One
then...
more time, and then we can just vomit afterward.
Yeah.
There he still is. Look, the smell.
Ah, but we got so close.
It pushes in from your mouth. More.
Either way, he's gonna throw up. Ugh.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst.
Yeah.
Until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Happens to everyone.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Okay, where do you get ammonia from?
The young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Well, I don't got money, so let's go ask her.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Okay, thank you, tutorial lady in my head.
But when am I gonna unlock the Marxism?
But when are we gonna get to the fireworks factory?
When am I gonna get to the Carl factory?
It was clear just an hour ago.
That's owned by the workers.
Sure, I'm done with them. Go easy on that stuff.
Oh.
It gave me a terrible headache.
What are you doing in your greenhouse, by the way?
Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps everything green up in the spring. At least that's what my grandma always told me.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow.
Squint your eyes and look at her intently.
Ingenuous grandma.
Should I try?
Yeah.
Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see?
Oh, wait! This is the moment!
That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbour gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you.
No, of course not. I don't understand what this is about. The kid did this, right? The red-haired rat? Can't say a sentence without or kipped. Always giving me trouble.
I was talking to him, yes. I thought that... Sorry, I got excited because I thought this was the moment where it finally zooms out and you see everything.
Maybe you shouldn't be. I mean, you do your job, but that kid is beyond help. And he certainly won't help you.
You've been resting here for quite a while, haven't you?
Yes, I'm tired.
I understand. The RCM isn't welcome here, and the locals want to keep an eye on us.
There's silence. The smallest.
Oh,
of
we got
smiles.
10 experience.
That's okay, miss. Do what you have to do. I think we're done here. Let's go.
Okay, now we got the salt. And we got experience points. Hooray!
Yay, 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 yay.
Yay!
There.
I love when he does his little automatic slide.
Through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated.
You gotta go to
that
your in
corpse
your inventory.
Oh, okay. Oh, whoops. Turned away.
Items.
Oh, hey, ammonia. And a handkerchief. Huh? I don't get it.
Held R.
Oh,
or maybe it's
R.
more like, or look at interact. Look at interact. I forgot how to do this.
No, it's fair.
No, the interact on the. Look at the fourth thing.
Oh, I see.
What the hell?
What
How do we
the
use the emote
hell? Chat, do you know?
now? Chat, how do we use emote?
If you want to know how to start the communism, I can tell you. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that.
Okay, can you tell us how to do use the ammonia first?
Yes, please, 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 please. It's used automatically. You can use the +1 when the check comes up.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's see if it'll even work.
Quick save.
Anyway.
There he still is, looking right through. The ammonia only makes it worse.
It only makes it worse?
Youch! Okay, I played blackjack on this game. Let's see if I do. Let's see if I make it.
Let's go gambling!
Anyway, I got money.
There he still is, looking. The ammonia. There he still is, looking. The ammonia. There he still is. Look, the ammonia.
We gotta get the body down.
There he still is, looking. The ammonia.
This is awesome.
This is what everybody's here to see.
Save's coming.
There he still is, looking. The
Smiles.
There he still is. Look at the ammonia.
Oh, do you want to know something I might be recording with Derek soon?
He still is. Look
Sure.
At the ammonia.
Well, in addition to subjecting him to the mainline Remedy games, you know, Alan Wake and Control, Alan Wake 2, we might also be playing Rabbids Go Home soon.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
There he still is. Looking, you crack.
We finally, gang, we finally did it.
Let's go gambling.
It's a spell of.
Oh dang it! Oh dang it!
Oh dang it! Oh dang it! Oh dang it! Oh dang it!
Do they always do that?
Do they?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo
Look at them. Look at the boots.
The branch above appears.
I did it! I took the boots!
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely.
Zirconium?
This is where the make would be.
That's fake diamonds.
Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
The material looks out of place here.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much were we talking about here?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,000.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
Real,
Yay!
unadjusted for rank.
That's my main perk. Smiles.
Not too much, yes.
I think my main perk was empathy.
We only get $55 a year? Assuming it converts like Japanese currency. Either that or
Probably like it's probably I don't know.
$500. Unless if it's 1-to-1, in which case 5,000 is still fucking terrible. Like that.
It's probably means fucking something that I don't understand for currency.
No, that's fair. Either way, that means I'm getting more from like my benefits than this guy's getting for being a cop.
Say number 3.
Sounds puny. No wonder I can't pay my hostel bill.
It's a sorry situation, I agree.
How could this man afford such expensive hardware?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
May I see it?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you...
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
These look pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
What happened to the rest of it?
The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. Maybe he'll know something.
Understood.
The Sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form. Ageless and synthetic.
Should I
knock on the boot?
Okay.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
Sounds fragile.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
I'm sorry, I heard it's anything but. My brain went regular show. It's anything but.
True.
Faint organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them.
So it's almost like fucking scales or something.
Yeah.
Like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps.
What does it remind me of?
If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right Sabaton, where you notice the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Looks like there's a serial number on the right of the Sabaton.
Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
Should I pull the boot off?
No.
Okay.
Try not to damage the body too much.
Slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Inspect the belt.
The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Don't ask me how I know, but this is a latching belt used for airlifting cargo.
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently this is reinforced kind for air transport. My brain tells me so. Then, what again do I know? I don't even know what an airship is.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
We're assuming dock workers from the harbor did it? They wanted to stay up there. The rope is reinforced with steel wire. Oh. I think that's prescient.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands, This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
How did they even get him up there?
A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
Did they climb the kid's ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you?
Okay, good. That means we don't have to go up the ladder.
Pulled on the bell to close the buckle.
No, you can shoot it. That's why I was asking.
Ah, I see, I see.
I would recommend saving before doing that.
I see. Are we assuming the dock workers from the harbor did it, or do we skip?
We can do the first one.
Okay.
The brief suggested as much. Politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing?
No, they might have forgotten to brief me. My past has undergone total annihilation. Nothing remains. My mother, the love of my life, certainly not a briefing.
You want to be a little dramatic?
Sure.
Okay. You should ask me for one the first moment we get.
He doesn't give a fuck.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt.
Look at the tattoos.
Limbs limp.
Yeah.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso.
Ew, he's got thin blue lines on him. Ew.
Each time they intersect, a small
That's a
white
political
star is
joke.
formed in their crossing.
Oh, right.
Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak.
Is this a microelectronic system?
I have only a cursive knowledge of the science of cybernetics. I would not know if it were. But it's not quite complex enough, is it?
We're missing something here.
I agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat
Aluminium.
pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
What's that?
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's
I love the
leading
little mini.
manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
Oh, hi, Kunois. Forgot you were here for a second.
An instant color camera.
Wow. They got instant color cameras at the same time Jesus was alive. Can you believe that?
That's beautiful.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash,
Oh,
followed by
oh my.
the breaking of a small
Awesome.
pool of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
What do we need this photo for?
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it?
Sure. Just don't lose it.
Thank you.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure. This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
Tell me, who are you, dead man?
I'm gone.
I can see you're gone, but who are you?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
There's nothing funny about you.
There is nothing funny about jokes either.
Who are you when you're alive?
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
I have another question for you.
Go ahead, Cobbo.
Why were you feeling a pleasure when you died?
Maybe I was getting my rocks off.
Ew. So you're feeling sexually aroused when they were hanging you?
Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Captain Coppadromo, I fear we are drifting away, fixating on sexuality again. Let's go with a simpler question.
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
Where have you gone?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Where's that?
In the past. Way out in the west.
What's happening?
What do you mean?
Never mind, I wanted to.
Ask me more questions. You fucking love questions.
Why do I love questions so much?
Because you're
I love saying things.
Rooney. Look at all of them go. Do you want more?
Give me a comical amount of questions. Should I click that one?
Yes.
Coming right up. Copper Rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
Who killed you?
Love did me in, Brother Copo. It was love all along.
Oh.
Wow.
Why do I feel like I've forgotten something terrible?
Because you have.
Is my name Rooney?
Fuck no. You're no Rooney.
Rooney is obviously not who I am.
Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
I didn't know that's how you found out the name, gotta be honest.
I think that's actually awesome. I feel like I've been getting a lot of Harry lately.
Yeah.
You might be onto something there.
Can you ask me a question?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a
Lobo?
question. Why?
He's calling me Wolf? Hang on.
Oh. I didn't know I was...
Calm down there.
I didn't know I was Lupin.
Looking at my face.
That's French for wolf.
Looking into my
Oh,
eyes.
I actually did not know that.
That's why in the English dub of Lupin III, Castle of Cagliostro, they had to call him Wolf because Lupin was not in the public domain yet, and it like for international copyright laws, you know, they had to change it to Wolf, which is very ironic considering it is just the exact same word, just in a different language.
That's funny.
It's the same reason why they had Herlock Sholmes on there instead of Sherlock Holmes. Also, it's one of the only franchises that I know of that have actually used Columbo being in the public domain. Because I think
Wait, what?
No, yeah, from what I understand, Columbo the Third shows up.
Columbo.
Just one more thing.
Columbo. Fair use.
No, yeah. I'm putting him in World Walkers. Smiles.
Hang on, I gotta look. Hang on, I gotta look this up.
Something is on its way.
Guys, I have bad news. He's still owned by NBC.
Well,
From the
under trademark, not copyright.
Oh, so
Yeah.
whatever. So that particular Columbo.
Yes, so like you can make your own Columbo, even one that's semi-inspired by Peter Lorre's version, because the first episode of Columbo was released without proper trademark and copyright notice.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, first episode of Columbo, wanna know who the director was?
Who?
Steven Spielberg.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why it's so fucking good. Well, I mean, that and also Peter Lorre.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my
I gotta look more. I'm gonna look up more. Oh, am I bleeding?
possible.
Oh, I am. Whoops.
Oh no, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent
Don't call him a
mess of
monster.
green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before.
I'm gonna look up
Pink
fair
is
use
when blood
characters.
settled in
Yay! My favorite.
You can use it to see
Yay,
if
my
corpse has been
favorite.
tampered with.
Unironically.
Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose.
My ass forgetting the name. Fucking public domain.
Cold spring air.
It's understandable.
Mickey Mouse is not right now a part of the public domain. Don't say that.
No, he is. He's been public
partially,
domain
but
for
not
2 years. Well, you know, the earliest iterations,
I know, but
including him being red and yellow.
No, but they are just saying it out loud. It's like, wait, hang on now, guys. Let's elaborate here.
You gotta make your own Mickey Mouse, or you gotta design him off of one of the pre-existing public domain versions, which technically the amount of versions of him that are public domain, they get you basically everything except for like the Paul Rudish version. Because that one is very distinctive comparatively.
Keep Paulin on my realish.
Keep Paul on my root until I Mickey Mouse. Till I Mickey Mouse in my clubhouse.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his...
Alright, who impregned this man before he died?
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead.
He's beaten up. Wait,
Oh.
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them.
Oh,
The
wait.
delinquents
Oh.
have made our jobs
Oh,
harder.
right. I think it's the second one.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
Damn. Don't talk about his slot.
Damn, the fuck does that mean?
You fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him
Oh.
up brutal like.
Number 2.
You're talking about Kutsuragi's pussy.
Stop talking about his pussy!
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging.
Pretty sure he was hung up there for fun like Jesus.
Yeah. Seems like a lynching to me.
Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. But we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death.
Something is coming out of him.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the
Oh,
frozen
okay.
mud below.
Yucky.
The victim
Yeah.
appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
He's full of shit!
Talking about shit.
Wait, okay, can you say number 3, please? For fun?
Malicious laughter erupts in the yard. Sounds like seagulls.
Big said he's a...
The lieutenant's face is made of stone.
Okay, back up and catch your breath.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the
So,
air and your nostrils.
how do we get him down?
He slowly rotates before you.
I want to know if the corpse has any more.
Of course.
I think that's all. Yeah, that's all.
Come
Yeah.
back later.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might
Step
miss
back
some
and
of
have
the
another
things
look.
once he's down.
The cadaver slowly twists.
No, we're
the
good.
belt.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
I just realized this guy has like his mouth opening up as if he were like the Thing. Or that one dinosaur from Jurassic Park that spits out the venom.
To me, it looks like he's giving somebody insane sloppy.
Oh, he's given that top. He's given that top.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up.
Twitch don't ban.
The belt without assistance. And
Twitch,
even
if you
we do,
ban,
there's
fuck
the
you.
question of cutting the airship strength material.
Fucking Amazon. Because they own Twitch.
So, the thing that I said was maybe we could shoot him down.
This is true. Do you think we could get help?
Oh, let's see number 5. I never tried that before.
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route.
Let's consider.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Yeah, I guess we could shoot him down.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch, that's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Let him choose.
Say nothing. Let him choose.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm.
Oh shit!
He drops a paper.
Yeah, he chooses to shoot him.
Separates the scabbard stick and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader. Aesthetic, frugal.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
I am a residual of knowledge. Sorry, I was taking a sip.
A seal.
A cereal.
He then steps back and assumes the
Oh
fellow's
shit!
best position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Say nothing. I can't break his concentration.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
Aww, he missed.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookabat asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Should we try again?
You can choose to shoot the gun too.
Would that
I
be
think
what
he just
now?
says he won't. I think he when you click 3, he just says nah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
We are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have our
Okay.
plans. I didn't
Click what
do us any
now?
favors with. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
Oh, okay. But I could try it myself.
Let's click number 6 and then save.
That's a good idea.
Guy who loves to save scum. I mean, I did it on the first try and it was like insane. It was like actual insane moment.
Fuck yeah.
His skin is marbled.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it is, us shooting firearms like punks here. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't hit the victim.
They only have one gun!
Oops.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Maybe so.
Officer, why do
Perhaps.
we only have one gun?
I didn't have my gun either when I woke up.
That is even more unfortunate than the badge. You need to contact your station about it as soon as possible. Try not to lose this one, please.
We're not off to a good start. This missing gun business is making your hand tremble.
Oh, well, that's not gonna be good for, you know.
Well, you know.
Fucking banana boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
Don't call me a
Feel-
banana. Sorry. Feel the weight or point the gun?
I did the feel the weight first.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights.
Yeah, like
Stand
that she's
with
trying
your
to
feet
get him to
planted
tell you
firmly
that.
in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Come on, tell him to shoot himself.
Yourself in your mouth. At least you
Oh, 8%.
That's why I said that it's, you know.
Close my left eye first, maybe?
Yeah.
Your
Maybe.
field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the morning light as the corpse slowly rotates. The slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sink up, dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Should I tell her to shut up?
Yeah.
Or what? You gonna fuck me?
It okay anyway.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh god, I didn't know you would shoot it in the stomach.
Ooh, neither did I. Neither did I.
This is why when I did it, I was like clenching my ass.
I suppose I wasn't clenching my ass.
The man before you is naked, but
See, this is what you got to do.
It's bad that...
oops,
This is the
Officer, what? That is even...
we're not.
Yada 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 yada.
The code, the buckle,
Why don't you just shoot yourself?
your feet, the slow.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Point the gun at Kunoise.
Don't do that.
Okay.
We did it again, boys.
Oops, I did it again.
Did it again.
It's Harry, bitch.
The man before you is.
Yes, we do.
It's Harry, bitch. Down, down, no, no, no.
It's bad as it is.
This is
Officer, that is even...
We're not. The code, the buckle, come.
Why don't you just shoot your...
Your feel, the slow.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
We did it again.
Again.
The man before you.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it...
Oops,
this is
Officer, that is...
we're not off. The buckle comes in.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your...
Your field of the slow.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
A plume of smoke erupts.
I can feel it. We're getting close.
Yes, we do.
This is what the people love to see.
We love to commit to the bit.
Oops,
this is
Officer, that is even...
we're not. The cold. The buckle.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your...
Your feet, the slow.
Look, he's crying.
Stop it!
I'm trying. Oh, see, I got close.
It's okay. We'll get there eventually.
It's like 1 in 12 chance that we're going to get it.
It's okay. Let's go gambling.
Look, I had to walk between the rooms in Deltarune to find Gaster like the exact amount of times, which I think was like 150 times.
Awesome.
Yes, we do. It's bad that it.
Oops.
This is.
Officer, that is.
We're not off. The buckle
I think they made all the options the first option because they knew this was gonna happen.
Firmly in the ground.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your...
You'll feel the slow.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
A big fan of her voice clip, like going as you fail.
Yeah.
The man before you.
Yes, we do. It's bad that it.
The man before you.
This is the.
Office, that is even.
We're not.
You fucking banana poika.
The cold.
The fuck are you waiting?
The buckle.
Why don't you just...
The slow.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry?
Maybe we come back later for the body.
Maybe we can like maybe we can see like just the shit around there. Or maybe we can actually go to the docks. I actually never went to the docks.
Oh yeah. Oh wait. This door. I never clicked on this door. Never mind. Oh. My mouse was not moving for a second there. Oh wait, right, that's not the entrance. I kept trying to use that as the entrance all the time when I first played this game.
Well, you know.
You know.
La 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 la.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling and Rag.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And
I stands up. I think everyone should be allowed to put their trash wherever.
I agree. As long as it's not littering.
Well, I was gonna elaborate.
Well,
I think everybody should be allowed to use fucking dumpsters. I think there should be more public access, big dumpsters.
Yes.
Anyway, that's it.
I still agree. As long as it's not littering. Literally.
Well, yes. Us and the garbage
Oh, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It's
SpongeBob.
Fuck love, Squiddy.
Honestly, can I be honest?
Hmm?
I think Squidward would look like him.
You know what? Yeah?
I think that would just be what Squidward would look like.
There is an episode where the they get the voice actors to do a live action scene as the characters.
Yeah.
And Roger Bumpass, who voices Squidward, he's called Manword.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. It's very funny, very, very funny seeing Clancy Brown do it because everybody, I could tell they're a little insecure about being on camera. Like, just a tad, because the voices aren't one-to-one as they usually are. But Clancy Brown, experienced, like, incredible actor. He's putting his whole pussy into playing Mr. Krabs, but a human.
Awesome. He's putting his whole pussy there.
As
they used to say.
As they do say, the crusty kapussy.
Do you remember when that one app that's not around anymore used to be so big and we would get that fucking video of the Mr. Krabs pussy all the time?
I vaguely remember this. I don't remember what the app was, though.
it was just something that you would make like a little like song thing to it.
Oh,
It was basically,
right!
like,
That's the
like
thing that
one-
became TikTok.
Yeah. No. I don't think so.
Music.ly?
It wasn't Musically. No, it wasn't Musically. It was a different app.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm stretching.
See that close.
Let me see that closely. Hold on a sec. I just got a text message. All right.
I made the character in like my little like life simulator addicted to gambling.
Yay! Let's go gambling!
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it.
Aw, dang it. It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. I wonder what this feeling is.
Prod at him and find out.
Doesn't it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you, Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked.
Krasmazov, is that
The
their
whirling
fucking
roast is
Marx
not
equivalent?
I don't know, maybe. Instead
awesome
of
if that's
Marxist, it's Mazovs.
This is probably an easier way to say that.
Probably.
Was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the Centennial Revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism.
Yay!
Or Mazovianism.
Wait, that might just be an actual guy. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm not very educated on in this kind of stuff.
No, that's fair. I mean, as much as I try, I can't keep all that stuff in my head. Also,
Okay, this guy's not. Hang on, I gotta see this. Hold on.
Also, I heard.
Hey, hang on, I gotta see if how much things are different.
No, it's okay.
I don't think this is a real ass guy. I think this is just their Marx equivalent.
Oh, okay. I heard the word broadside and my brain
Okay,
went,
yeah, this is the Marx equivalent.
Good. Yes. Now we can become communists. We found it. The Communist Factory. But I heard the word broadside and I gotta admit my brain went, Gorilla Grodd?
Gorilla for sale? Got a gorilla for sale?
We got a gorilla for sale, a manila gorilla for sale, for sale?
For sale?
Don't call him a monkey, he ain't got no tail. Yum, tell me more.
Yes!
Maybe I am Krasmazov.
What are we talking about? Was this not about the trash container?
What if I am Krasmazov?
We should return to the case of your mistaken identity at a later time, officer.
We
This
need
was
those keys.
about the trash.
What for, Mazov? Are you planning to nationalize my trash container?
Maybe.
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
I've seen something here at the Whirling Garte. A thing I need to talk about.
What thing?
I saw a sign that said the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them.
Is this true? Guys, is this true?
I'm hearing about this for the first time. I thought it was just continuous.
Guys, is it true that the sun goes up and then down?
None of your business.
I have a search warrant.
No, you don't.
You better believe it, fucker.
Fucker. Lay off the swear words. They don't make you cool. This isn't kindergarten.
Okay.
Besides, the RCM doesn't do search warrants. I know the law. You'll just have to wait for the kitchen to open. If you have to get in there, which you don't. What?
You feel like you should
Goodbye.
come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
But what about you?
Hello, sweetie.
Who's sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
Maybe I am.
And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
I don't really want to talk about that right now. Not while my gay little gay homie ass is right here.
I'm sorry.
Not while my other
being
gay homie is
overly
right here
familiar.
looking at me.
I know we've only just met. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
Hey, me too, man. Hey.
My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
Sweeties need money. Do sweeties get money?
Oh my god.
How do you like to roll with me?
Whatever do you mean?
I want you to be my wheelchaired partner in fighting crime, ridding backyards of corpses, catching sequence killers.
Awesome.
Which one should I do?
The first one.
Okay.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
Side mysteries, sequence killers, and forays into the paranatural. Oh shit, paranatural? Are we in the Control universe? Smiles? Bigly?
What the? What the?
Are we in the Unprofessionals universe? Smiles? Copywritingly?
Copywritingly.
It seems to me that you lucked out with your partner. He has the look of an upstanding officer of the law. Someone you can lean on, and sweetie, you are looking unsteady.
Thanks.
Of course, dear.
Of course, dear.
Alright, let's go into that trash can.
Oh, right. I forgot we had keys.
We had keys to our trash can.
Trash.
We had trash to our trash.
Trash.
This trash container is locked with a well-oiled crack.
Nuh-uh.
It's open. If you don't, maybe you shouldn't.
Didn't I just have a premonition that something's in there?
There is, but you won't like it.
Too bad.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers.
Oh.
As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
Hey, we know it's not him. Come on.
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles.
Ooh, Turbo Noodles from hit movie Turbo, starring Ryan Reynolds.
Also, I think the mug is
Just organic
racist.
waste, cold
Oh,
and slimy
really?
on your hands.
Yeah, like
Apple and
it's meant to be racist in universe is what I mean.
Oh no, I shouldn't click on the racist mug then.
Thrown in for good measure. Nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
Huh?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
No, it can't be.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it.
Oh shit, I actually filled out my paperwork.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
Someone from the whirling threw it in the trash. I don't know, I'm boring.
Boring. Try dangerous. You should do a thorough inventory of that. Be sure some has not fallen into the hands of the RCM's enemies, organized crime or worse. Official notes sometimes contain informants' names, even undercover operatives. It
Okay.
would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
Thank you, tutorial lady.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
I forget how to do this already.
I think we can just do we can just, like... Wait, I also forgot, never mind.
All good. Use interact button in inventory. Is this not?
I think you just click it. What the?
What the?
Maybe go into... Wait, go back. Maybe click on items. Is it not in items? Oh, okay.
Just my handkerchief.
Wipes the sweat off my brow with it.
Put it on a hat? No. Darn. Oh? Wait, can I actually level up now?
Yeah.
Oh! Should I keep leveling up Encyclopedia?
I think you should do a little bit of empathy and then encyclopedia.
Oh, yes.
Or actually, I think maybe you'd want more, like maybe want one endurance.
Yes, I suppose so, because of, you have to knock a door down. Perhaps in that same way, we could do hand-eye coordination.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. How do I go back?
Escape?
Escape. Escape. Let's go talk to the union.
Yay!
Not that guy. He's racist. They have looking down at iPhone posture. See what I mean?
It's true.
Oh, I thought I could talk to some of these people. Oh, wait. Big man.
There we go.
This guy looks like part of the wrecking crew.
Bastards! We have a right to work.
What's going
Hold
on?
up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest
No.
worker down.
No.
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work.
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Regardless, I got some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
What is a strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
have the right to work!
It's true.
We're all the strikebreakers.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis.
He kind of sounds like Dagoth but not racist.
They ought to let in those.
I kept listening to this guy, and for a split second, I thought they somehow got Patrick Warburton on the line.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Peter, we're honest workers here.
Look, I might be a cop, but I'm not messing with the workers' rights. Because once we find the workers' rights, we find Cusco. Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No.
Yes.
They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
given a job to do!
Yeah.
He fucking hates those guys.
As he should, as he should. What's your goal?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you were unable to breach the entrance.
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guards blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny...
I think the other one is like the union workers, and they're blocking up the entrance, question mark?
Or whatever he is.
Oh, makes sense.
You should talk to... Can we talk to the union workers?
Yeah.
Huge Seminoles guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. and he's trained. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there, but that one's no joke. And
Why don't you just talk to them?
and hungry. They're workers. Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better.
What the hey? What do you mean by that, man?
Yeah, well, hey, what do you mean by that?
If you can't get in anyway.
No. They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded.
Okay.
Then
Let's get away from the scab guy. Oh, is that the guy over there? I think that's the Union guy. Go over there.
Yeah.
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a
Well, it's like I need to grab my big cinnamon roll pillow so I can lean up against something.
What exactly is a scab? Tracy?
Oh, sorry, I was grabbing my big cinnamon roll pillow, like I was saying.
Oh, okay.
And now I can lean comfortably up against a big squishy Sanrio character.
Yay.
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 Have you seen the Sanrio game?
No, I haven't.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure. It looks
Hello
cute.
Kitty. Wow.
Hello Kitty. Wow. What is a scab?
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
It's true.
Hold on, what? Where do they all come from?
Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
You don't seem to like them very much. That was the worst possible Patrick Warburton.
Gotta be bloody stupid. To scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, "Let us cop for less money." Speaking of,
I like his voice.
The RCM here.
Yeah, he has a nice portrait.
He kind of looks like. Oh, I'm not gonna say.
I think I know who you're gonna say.
I think you know who he said.
I feel as though he may have been modeled off of him.
Okay, I'm investigating a murder.
Oh yes.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
It's actually very fun and easy.
Maybe you can help me solve it by telling me you did it.
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
Should we? He's nice. I don't like nice. He didn't do it. It's the truth.
What's your strike about anyway?
Oh, sorry.
The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's so simple, why did the scab leader warn you of the guards blocking the way?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini Supremus is there.
Oh.
Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
So you're saying it's actually quite difficult.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview.
Oh boy.
Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has anybody ever bested in any physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Has any of the scabs tried converting to his worldview? Oh gosh.
That's funny, kick that.
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Got it. Another thing.
Sure.
What about the strikes anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
Oh, I think that's...
Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss.
I think the big guy might help us there.
Okay.
Nice talk. Gotta get moving. Save though before that. I might be wrong.
Yes. Yes. Save game.
I think no, not that guy. That's the scab leader.
You are correct, sir.
You gotta talk to the guy up there.
Yeah. That makes much more sense. Buttons. In case of a strike, press button behind guard. Whoa! Whoa! Look at Kim! He's vibrating!
Oh my goodness.
He's vibrating with excitement.
He's so excited.
Your body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
Yes.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me.
What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy?
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul.
Oh.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot
Oh,
see
alcohol.
it, but
Yeah.
can. It is making
Kim is really that
the
bad?
woman in my company sick.
It's not good.
Oh no.
You're right, I'm an alcoholic.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the Am Sandwich race is waning.
Ah, so that's a pejorative.
Show him the ham still got it.
Let me do my... I love that.
The race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me do my job, please.
Begging for help.
Thank you,
Attempting to
Jackie.
pass via
Hope you're
for
doing well.
cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity.
Oh, guys, we gotta get out of here.
We gotta get out of here.
Guys, I'm starting to think that the scab people are a little bit better.
You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hylians and the
Oh my
inexplicably
God!
potato-obsessed Quakers. But now
I didn't know that they were
ascend
gonna be
to the genetic
racist.
summit.
Oh no.
You are obsessed with sadness.
Like Scoop, we gotta get out of here.
Pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war.
I don't know about that.
Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul.
He just keeps talking.
Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshhead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own.
Wouldn't that mean I have to become a supremacist?
Well, not as such. What you do with the mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become
an advanced racist.
I'm good. I'm good.
Hey man, what are those tattoos of yours being?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection.
Oh, he's so racist, he's convinced himself other people are racist.
Phrenologic grid
Say nothing.
and features. This should your silence betrays your inferiority. You do
It doesn't betray shit. You're just weird. You're weird.
We still need to get into the hub.
I don't want to
guys-
be here.
Guys, I gotta get out of here.
Button.
That was crazy.
That was fucking crazy.
Where are the communists?
Stands in the middle of
Where are the communists?
pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II,
Oh, we're in
father
the
of Philip
Philippines?
the Fourth, the Insane." Not a good track record of mental health in that family. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
Profligacy?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol.
Oh.
His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy during the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How do you manage to blow through the entire national treasury?
Stories have it that he had his
For fun.
converted into a treasure chamber
for
where he
the
stored
bit.
unfathomable wealth, Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
The man certainly knew how to live.
A deplorable farce, no wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
So he was addicted to nose candy? A bloated druggie?
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Interlindian Bay.
This is a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Okay, where is he now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Interlindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Who restored the monument?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Ooh. Should I say one or two? Because they did it ironically, clearly because they were trying to stir up shit, which it's brilliant in the sense of, like, you know, getting the working class to rise up against, like, you know, the wasteful monarchs, but, you know, saying, oh, it's so funny and nihilistic, that doesn't sound very communist of me. It's not.
Actually, could you repeat that?
Oh, it's okay. Apparently this statue was made to, like, stir up shit with, like, the workers to make them rise up against the monarchy. And even though that is a brilliant way to do that, saying so funny and nihilistic, that doesn't feel very communist of me. That feels cash money.
Let's say I don't really get art for it now.
That's fair.
Neither do people in Martinez. The statue has proved to be controversial in a neighborhood mostly populated by the left-leaning working class. Philip III,
We got experience
however,
from that.
with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
What a fun little tangent that was.
Alright, well... I remember what I was gonna say, never mind.
It's okay. Oh, a little shop.
Who's this?
I don't know. I've not been in here.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around.
She's got, like, a jester hat on.
That's cute.
What's that magazine she's reading?
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
I approve of this. Very futuristic. Tap on the two girls kissing.
She pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods.
Good. We understand.
We're in the same position.
Before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
Before we go on, what is this frite?
I don't know. Frit?
Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
Ah, that makes sense.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but
Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so
Do you know the man who died?
not really. No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has he been there?
I don't know really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
Uh-huh.
What's
The tear
this?
machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
What is this machine?
Oh, that's the tear machine.
Yes, but what is it?
It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine. And it gives you money.
That's how we can get money! Cause I have a bunch of bottles in my fucking room. Oh, this is brilliant.
You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there. Somewhere.
We gotta find a bag. We gotta get the bag. Should we talk to the racist man?
I don't think you... why not?
Welcome to Rivachol.
The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. Hey, I know Revachol, that's where we are.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It
What?
belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What's happening? You sound angry, kitten.
It's men like you who
It
keep
sounded like you
Revachol
said
divided,
kitten. I was like,
making
what?
it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I hate to say it, he sounds like Watto from Star Wars.
I don't know who that is, I gotta be honest with you.
He's Darth Vader's father. Well, no, that's not fully true. He's like, you know, it's a little too complicated. Just know he goes like,
okay,
Annie.
Okay, understood.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
One or two.
I'm thinking of one.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
Yeah, we do.
How about you die?
And resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers.
Don't piss me off.
What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
What kind of cargo?
Apples.
Apples is exactly
apples.
the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Apples?
Yeah, apples.
I take it you had other questions? It's about biological determinism, natural law,
Oh.
something of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like...
Oh, so you're just racist.
Makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books, huh? The science of racial
Oh,
theory
so
has
you're
always been
really
proven,
racist
even if,
then.
some people don't want to accept it.
You're not only racist, you're gullible.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
Yes, I can tell you're a prime example of superior design.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources.
Okay, and?
This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kips are showing up good lately. Same
Oh,
with
so
the
he is racist.
and the other
Well, yeah, that's what he was in the name.
They're on the precipice of cultural victory.
Cultural victory? What is this then?
Naming my horrible baby daughter racist lorry driver just to see how she turns out.
You know, I'm starting to think the other races might be better to talk to.
Shockingly.
It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. Don't
Fuck
push your luck.
off.
Runt.
Oh my god.
They know how to write in this game.
This Post Levantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Good mail delivery box. You can pet the mail delivery box.
The box seems happy.
Buttons. A half-naked dame on its cover. Say more. Book about pate. You don't understand. Culture. Radio technology. If you had a bag in your hand, perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them. True!
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of store is this anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime.
Do you sell
Romance,
bags?
And biographies of famous people.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
What is a book?
What's a boardier?
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Should I keep going with this, or should I just skip to interesting things?
I think you should say interesting things.
Okay.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Is it okay if I ask some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What is your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold? Can I help in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important than this? School is stupid.
Or like the first one?
Yeah.
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second. And some kind
Cursed in
of
what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Bankrupt?
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
Probably look into this.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there, sir.
What do you know about the other failed businesses?
Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms
She
or the
is
cellar.
the fucking
Don't really know
most
what's there.
like English orphan like thing ever.
Oh, absolutely.
Despite not even being a fucking orphan.
She is a whooping cough baby.
It does not manifest itself in any way.
That's
It
a
does not exist.
really
I
awesome
liked it better
description.
when we were
Thank
talking
you.
about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather.
But Kim, the plasmic manifestation.
No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir?
Scratch his ass. Enough about the curse for now.
Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Why would anyone want to read about crime? Okay, I get it. Crime, murder gets the people going. No.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
Okay, well, maybe I'm not a policeman, or should stop being one.
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Dick Poland? Oh, hey, my mom walked in just as I said that. Hold on one second.
Awesome.
Let me mute. And mute on the stream. Okay. Alrighty. Just had to talk about dinner.
Penis.
Penis.
Okay, Tracy, I think I'm gonna get going now.
No, that's fair.
I've been It's okay. I've been here for approximately almost 4 hours.
Thank you
Well,
for
no, actually,
sticking around.
It'd be more like 3.
I do appreciate your company. I'm glad we could stream together again.
Yay.
Yay.
All right. I'll see you later, though.
Yeah. Hope you have a relaxing evening.
Enjoy more of the Disco and the Elysium.
Oh, I certainly will.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. Everybody say bye, Val. My friend's in there. Congratulations. I used to be exactly like that Mullen guy, then I decided to live a little. You know, nobody actually looks like the guy in the picture. It's not your body that's important to police work. Anyway, it's your head.
Head? Yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul. Not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous?
Policemen live and breathe danger. I feel like I clicked the wrong thing.
Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character.
Maybe
He's
not.
no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Okay, I'm going to do something now. Hold on. I need to save. I need to. I don't want to mess up.
It's like a little gift from the sky.
You fell to deduce.
Every snowflake is like a little gift from the sky.
What is drama talking about?
The girl keeps
Yes!
her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to worry. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest, a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex.
You think so? Fine, do better to do something about... Chat, what do you think? 1 or 2? Because I don't want to come across as condescending. Oh, Depping! Hey! Thank you! It's been a while. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. In that case, I'll do, You think so?
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intense at not flinching. It takes effort.
Wait, how do you know I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
I'm also sad and my head hurts.
I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
What are you missing here? Why does it feel familiar? I mean, I gotta be safe.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here?
You have absolutely...
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for...
You have absolutely...
Oh, you know what? I could have... I could have advertised the stream as me saying Dick Tracy. Because I'm being a detective. Tracy with an E, of course.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Telling people about being a star or something. Don't really understand
I can't
who
believe
those
they called
stars
back
are.
to it. I wonder if she would have said that even if I didn't say I was I didn't say I thought I was a star of some kind.
Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
Thanks, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too.
Oh boy.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
Thanks, I've learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail.
You know what? I just realized since we're, almost 4 hours in, I should probably prompt y'all to, reblog the post. I have it pinned at the top there. And also just to shill a little bit, in my description, in my page's description, you can find, the link to my website, where you can also, find the link to my Discord. If you want to, you know, have direct feed, a direct line to the things that I create, because I've finally been getting back in the groove of making art again, which makes me very happy. Hi, Blue, welcome. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Drink water now. Thank you, Jackie. I certainly will. I'm drinking. There, I got three whole swigs. Okay. Back to the game. Yay! Snoopy jump. Yump. Can we get some yumps in the chat, please? Some public domain yumps. I have been possibly watching, although I do admit to the source. Oh man, my eyes, my tiny little eyes. I have been passively watching, although I do admire the source resolution seems to be lagging on the feed. or me. That might be, on your end of things. Twitch's bitrate can be a little funky sometimes, so my apologies on that. It has been fluid on my end, so that might mean the VOD will be better. Like, you know, once, the stream is over in, how long? Like 6 hours? Or so. Because we're trying to go for the long haul, you know. Or at least, I'm, you know, trying to. Reading these doesn't make the readers more famous, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
These famous people sound like a bunch of dorks.
Annette's expression remains ever so helpful, but she doesn't say anything.
Never mind. I literally had nothing else to say.
Okay.
Apologies.
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about when both of the men are bad? What happens when everyone is poor? What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
But what if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Maybe I will.
I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about?
Oh, that's enough
Maybe
romance.
some about other books?
I think I'm good for now. I think I'm gonna go talk to your mother. I know there is a door in here that I'm supposed to break down. Oh, but there's buttons! There's buttons I need to press. Yes! So many buttons. What about the book where the men make a hydrogen bomb? I believe that's Oppenheimer. Or rather, the man after Oppenheimer.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Oh ho ho!
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium, It even lists
Oh
plants to
shit, wait,
harvest
I found
from.
magnesium.
How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has
Mm.
destroyed his liver.
Don't need
And
that one.
There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Find something truly otherworldly, yes, please.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
What's the pale?
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted.
What's the book about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
Sounds painful.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers
Going to
are
head
instructed
out,
to cover these jars in a shallow
have a
hole
good
just
rest of
inside
stream.
the pale.
Thank you for streaming
leave
10
them
years
there
ago.
for 30 to
I
60
met some
days,
of my
depending
best
on the
friends through it.
potency
Of
desired.
course, Stepping. Thank you. It's nice seeing you here again. I hope you have a nice day. Appreciate it. It also recommends consuming distilled spirit. Oh wait, that just got read. Oops.
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
Oh.
That seems improbable.
How is that possible?
Is it any more improbable than anything else that human beings put their faith in?
Fair enough. What else is in there?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently.
I wonder if
in a
he was
number
doing
of
that,
these prescriptions.
like when he was walking around nude around town.
This is exactly what you need. There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it. Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
A police store.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history.
Oh.
One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous.
This is
for
just
shooting
Speed
water
Racer.
into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Well, okay, maybe Racer X didn't do that, but
Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books.
come on.
For free. Do still browse.
Reading is not for free.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce. I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
I thought this was about which of these innocences is the coolest and the greatest.
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow.
Ah,
There's
shit.
something personal inside.
Well, I need to get a bag first. I wonder if she offers bags. Well, first, I want to see what this
A
is.
small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium. Second, there's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes a fantastique adventure board
Fantastique.
game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Oh, 25. Oh.
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family? Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a
Civilization?
then set
Oh
off to
boy!
brutally colonize and repress other civilizations.
Oh no.
12 real.
I don't play Civilization like that. I try to strike up a nice economic, oh, how would you say it? Just, I guess, good economic relationships with the other countries and then, merge together. So that way, you know, everybody is being taken care of, and I try to be so niceies, smiles.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people
How
into
stuffy.
occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can
She thinks D&D summons the devil. Oh. It doesn't? Shockingly, no.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant
Fuck, back to the drawing board. Oh, I'm sorry.
Fish head trapped in amber.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
One second, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and I have dinner. I'm not gonna rate a human being. I don't do that.
Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer.
10.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor. All this pressure... Oh, but I kind of want to say that one first.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends how much do you pay the
Good,
kid.
sir. What does a young child do with money anyway?
Oh.
No, I save it for her as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Slap the cuffs on her. Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Those countries will realise they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit.
Mm,
She'll get over it.
I don't like
Anxiety is
you.
a part of life.
A part of hers too, clearly.
I don't think there is anything she can do about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't
Treat
easy.
your child well. Come on, lady.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
I feel like I'm gonna get the same response either way.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. This is a person coming to terms with a new reality, one where they are wrong. It's not easy. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
It's true.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
My husband is completely different, of course.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Grand Couronne?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment.
Are they building in the Grand Canyon?
To get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
And your husband's also involved with the bookstore.
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Of course, yes, this economy.
Exactly.
She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester.
Oh.
This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into. The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go!
Her bony fingers.
The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
Do you even know what books you have for sale?
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very literary stuff with
It's not.
prose.
It's really not. It's like scam self-help books. I'm sorry.
But you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories. I provide a valuable service. As long as people buy books, I'm fine. The truth is available if you just know where to look. And you have to open and free your mind to understand.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Farewell for now, book peddler.
Hey.
Look around. Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to
Yes!
start building.
We found the communism chat! Let's go!
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true?
How come there's a word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Oh, right, that sounds like me.
Funky style. Very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Roll up your sleeves and start building some communism.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Whoa, wait, firing squads? You didn't say anything about those.
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Oh yeah. Did that say schizo? I can say that word,
The
chat.
display
I'm
rack is brimming
schizo-affected.
with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Tell me about the Muscle Man books from regular show.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Oh, so it's Conan.
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical
Big
things in
narratives.
encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundal, Return to Hyundal.
Good God, how many are
The
there?
Solipsistic Man from Hyundal and the Hyundal Man. Maybe 100. Man
Wowza.
from Hyundal and the Sages at the End of the World. Man from Hyundal and the False God. Man from Hyundal and the Scorched Earth. Man from Hyundal, the Hyundal Colonies. Man from Hyundal and the Swamp Beast. Man from Hyundal and the Snow Crabs.
Is that all?
Not even close. Man from Hyundal in Hell. Man from Hyundal and the Forest of Slaves. Man from Hyundal under the lake. Man from Hyundal, Hyundal burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a pastoral combat gamebook set in the world of Hyundalaman, and so much more.
Oh boy. Got a quick save.
The display rack is brimming with worn paper, nothing of interest.
You know I have to do this. Is communism a skill? It's less a skill and more a path you go down in this
Display rack
game.
is brimming with worn paper, nothing of.
Like, it's not one of the entities in your mind. It's more something that the entities encourage you to do.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperback, nothing of it.
It will affect the overall personality of Harry as a character.
The display rack is brimming with worn, nothing of.
Come on.
The display rack is brimming with worn paper, nothing of.
Okay, one more try. One more try.
The display rack is brimming with worn. A twinge at
Yes!
the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Oh, what is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hyundal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hyundala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyundal and the Devil Woman.
Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyundal novels.
Let's check on the kid.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win.
Oh.
Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
Oh?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks
A
for helping me.
hat!
Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
A detective hat?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Okay, bye. See you around in that. I'll put on the hat. Yay! It's got kind of a cowboy vibe to it.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
You see a set of tattered curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books?
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
Oh.
This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges. Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands.
Phantom! Like Lupin Phantom. Or, wait, no. Phantom was a precursor to Lupin. And a direct inspiration. Sorry, I got confused because I have them as the same character in World Walkers.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Pull open the curtains.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to go in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
This is about the curse? That's why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
But I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
You can't stop me.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful.
Okay.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Ignore the curtains for now. What more do you have to say?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome.
Why are you so uptight about those curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
If it's not just if it's just a storage room, then why does it have a Seminese ward protecting it?
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Yes.
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes. I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further
The
in
darkness?
The even though
Like
now I
Alan
fear
Wake?
it's not enough. It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
How does the curse
The
manifest?
curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
So capitalism.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Even Inland Empire sounds scared.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad
The
business practices and
cacodemons?
disappointing income statements.
From Doom.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Is your pennant part of the ward as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different
Spells to
spell,
make
for
you
example.
purchase my
It's
books.
guaranteed to boost sales. 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
It does. It really does. Would you like me to take the case? I would investigate, see if the curse is real.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits
For all
be,
you know, I could be a
so they
regular
can
John
return to their
Constantine.
slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I sense the psychic emanations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out. I have returned from the void, a para-detective from a long line of para-detectives.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
I'll admit I've had my fair share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing. You see, it's necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void.
how do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your wards brought me here in the first place. The Semini's blood also runs through me. I am the Void Revenant. I have the powers to depad all the bad energy. Probably not that one.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
Yeah, debad. Welcome, Petey. I see you're a communist now, Tracy. I have always been a communist.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Just ask my partner, Kim. He'll vouch for me.
Oh, certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner is eminent in this particular field.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
On my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
The entity!
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity. For I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney, the passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume.
We actually got the keys!
The
Oh my
entity
god!
And ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Of course.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
I had a few more questions about the curse.
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
Actually, never mind.
The woman looks aloof. You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Pull the curtains open.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh boy. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds.
Well,
of
I don't need
Seminese
to
trinkets
break the
and
door
charms.
down.
It appears to be locked. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Open the door and enter. Whoa. You see that? We turned yellow for a second. Oh, what the? It's just a gym. Huh. This is not what I was expecting, actually.
What is this place?
It's the netherworld, but beyond the veil. Looks like a gym to me.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight if we want to go on. There should be one in my kinema.
Oh, great.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
What if there is a reason no one's been here in ages?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now, let's go get the flashlight, shall we?
No, that's fair. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. Too bad.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
For one of the steering levers, tap on the pre-fuel heating gauge.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Oh, that's weird. Why would that be on, though? Did Kim forget to shut the car off?
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue, lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Run fingers over the steering levers.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Pick up the radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and the green...
That sounds like a soda opening.
glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens.
Could be a gas leak.
Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
Oh.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Could you run a serial number for a pair of armored boots for me?
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
Okay.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isoleri law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
I need you to connect me to a civilian. A Sylvie? She may have reported a murder.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim, didn't Garte give you Sylvie's number?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Oh. Whoa.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you.
Yay!
Yes, hello?
Hello, this is the police calling. I have some questions for you about your last days at work. Sylvie, I believe we've met before. This is me, a detective from, the Whirling in Rags.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
But why didn't you call? Didn't a corpse behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse.
What does the union have to do with have to do with anything?
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Garbage.
Wait, Kim, is she speaking the truth? The union is law around here?
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers union.
Ah.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
Tell me, why exactly did you let a corpse hanging in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us? I see. Maybe there's something else you can tell me about.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
Yes. I see. Don't worry about it. I understand.
You do? What else can I do for you?
Do you know who made that call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires.
Oh.
People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's phone, or the one on the coast.
I see.
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Okay, next question.
Yeah, go
on. Do you know who put the victim's clothes in the trash?
No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there since. I was terrified of the stench and the corpse.
Do you know how my paperwork ended up in the trash container behind the whirling?
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective?
You quit your job at the whirling. Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Did you leave because of Garte?
What? No, why would you even think that?
So, do you agree that quitting your job just because someone asked you out is an overreaction? No. He told me he had asked you out. Are you saying it didn't happen?
Please, don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
I am messing up everything again. Apologies. I think I got everything.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
No. She doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart.
If I knew there was going to be a roll this far in, I would have saved. But fuck.
Trust me, you wouldn't want to be the guy here. You know how it is. Yak, yak, nag, nag. No. You're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster.
I'm happy to help, but maybe I could do with all this internalized misogyny.
What misogyny? I'm just telling things the way they are. Can't a man be honest in his own head anymore? You have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down. Tell it you've got everything under control. Then go and have a little boys' talk with God himself. Think you can do that, Lieutenant Love?
Oh boy, ooh. Should I refuse the quest, chat? Kind of feels like I should, if I'm being honest.
You're just a gimp. What? You want to be more empathetic?
You can try. Shit, I need to wait longer. I keep thinking the delay is not as, like, long as it is. My apologies.
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer?
Could you connect me to the 41st Precinct? I have something I need to report.
Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Just reporting in. Over.
10-18, state your message, sir.
I need to report my badge missing.
10-9, over.
My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Oh my gosh. Oh no, he knows me.
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge?
Whoa. Sorry, hearing an American here kind of threw me off there.
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think? It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately, they're laughing at you.
Haha, officer's lost his badge. Haha, like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge. Can we move on? I want to get it reported and be done with. Yeah.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a
Plus
note here that
30
you're in pursuit
experience.
of your
Wow.
misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Could you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment? Enough with this now. I have other things to discuss.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
Oof.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
You can hear laughter in the background. Oh.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun, too.
Oh boy.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
We know this, but... Oh god, it's not here.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
Don't sweat it, Bratan. You don't need a gun to have fun. We can still have fun. It's not all over.
Oh boy.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Can I quick save? No, I'm in a conversation. Oh boy. Give it a try.
Even before you can get the words out, everything gets scrambled in your brain.
Of course I didn't lose my gun. Fuck it. I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't lose his gun. Or his fun, whatever that means.
Ask him to describe it. His gun. Not his fun. Just the gun will do.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
Oh, request a description, huh? We'll give him one. Describe the plasma gun.
Stars has got it's massive. Got flared cooling vents along the front and hydrogen flasks sticking out too. Kim, what are you packing? It's a gun. What can I say? A regular goddamn murder weapon. You know how they are. Bang, bang. Look, I don't have it, alright? I don't have my gun.
It's a single-shot kill A9. An armistice, to be precise.
It's a single-shot armistice kill A9. Over.
Says it's a kill 9mm armistice.
Armistice? What, is he a fucking... Clearly he doesn't have his Villiers anymore.
Dear God, he lost his gun.
Oh no.
Oh my, I can't.
This isn't really a laughing matter. Mac can face a giant of Coco Nur by himself, but Disco here made him piss his pants.
Oh boy.
Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he's still got his wiener.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
I don't need to listen to this. Firewalker out.
The silence is almost deafening.
Hey, Firewalker. Another David Lynch reference.
Severing the connection.
That did not go well. I guess the important thing is that you followed protocol and reported your lost items. Did we need anything else here?
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Have you heard back from the ICP?
No, and I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning. Anything else?
I'm good then.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook.
Okay. I think I can upgrade. Gotten quite a few points. Experience 7 out of 100. Well, 70 out of 100. Well, I can't upgrade those yet. Let's see here. Well, I should definitely upgrade that when I can. Okay. Well, I guess I need to wait, but even then, I got, like, when I get the extra 30, I'll have to upgrade, well, rather internalize the socioeconomics. Oh. Ancient fountain that doesn't pump water anymore. Not pop water.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Shouldn't I ask what kind of ball game it is first?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
I mean, best to be safe about it.
Can you please?
René, you are the angriest man in the world.
Yay! Oh shit! Animation.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Take in the surroundings.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
There is time for a last glance inward. Who am I?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
Speed. I am speed.
Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
The inertia can be contained no more than a bullet leaving a gun. Let go. Be the bullet. Pretty good.
Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
Problem? I don't understand.
Vandalized our game, son! You can't play petanque with 5 bull!
Oh, Pentake, I understand.
No, no you don't! Our petanque game is ruined! We want our bull back!
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug! You owe us a goddamn bull!
Okay, I'll try and fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven, when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder. Just talk. It'll smooth things over. Old people like attention.
I saw the statue of Philip III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes. King Philip III, on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. at the mercy of a
I knew it.
cocaine-snorting
It's
tyrant
doing bad
who emptied
things.
the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected.
Oh.
A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule?
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
You haven't lived as long as I have, son. With age, a man learns certain things about real power, or else ends up a spineless socialist rat, like Gaston here.
Oh.
And the worst part of that, officer, is having to spend your days playing pétanque with an angry snake.
Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Let's talk about something else.
Right.
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of the Whirling Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals.
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with the cops?
Cops is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
What about police women?
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
Oh. There are no duties that RCM women couldn't carry out. I try to avoid such a bit.
But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer?
No, I don't think there's any evolutionary equality at play here.
Really, officer. Match an average woman against an average man in a dark alley and see who comes out on top. Gender equality is a very noble, very modern idea. But in real life, primal roles prevail.
Hey, you're playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
You know who created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Oh, okay. It's a crater left by artillery fire, but why?
Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't so, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why shell them here in Martinique?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Shake your head and look down at the
This
crater.
here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Ah, that explains all the war damage.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still all influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
That's how it should be. No. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. This coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. These are some rough choices. I guess the first one? Because that's like very communist leaning.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was
Oh, that's what the capitalists wanted.
This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
What exactly is a suzerain?
Suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger over melancholy.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Let me quick save really quick. Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay.
We're still waiting for a replacement.
All you are.
We'll get there. Kind of just sandbagged a stranger, walking up and shot, pulling the Bosch ball. Yeah, pretty much.
We're still waiting for a replacement.
All you observe.
Oh, it was almost there.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the...
All you observe is a
We're still waiting for a replacement.
I bet it's the next one. It's either the next one or two more from this one.
We're still waiting for a replacement.
All you observe.
It's two more from this one.
We're still waiting for a replacement.
All you observe.
It will be this next one.
We're still waiting for a replacement.
All you observe
Shit!
is a veteran.
Oh, I gotta get
go of the
fucking 2 6s if I want this one. But I mean, hey, got a 5 and a 6. I mean, that's pretty good.
We are still waiting for a replacement.
All you observe is a...
Perhaps I'll come back later for this one. Why does it turn into a horse sometimes? I'm pretty sure that's the statue horse, but, you know. Oh, I can control with my mouse and keyboard. Well, I didn't know the keyboard part of that. Ooh, excuse me. I only knew about the mouse part. Let's see here. If I can find a bag, then we can scrounge up some cash. A lonely cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. Oh, whoa, go back. Oh, that's down at the dock. The belly of the boat shines as if it were just painted.
Hey, up here, Piggo. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
We just want to know your name. Don't use that tone with me. Let's start with the blood type and go from there. Hep, yeah, when were you last tested? Just answer some questions, okay? No need to get defensive.
And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That Ozon whore. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Ah.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Well, at least she's not saying slurs. What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
Why are you so committed to facing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
So you don't know what to write.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so
She wants it to be something true and total.
I have an opinion on this. Wanna hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
I know. I remember this being a big one, like a big conversation.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
Oh boy.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Not a lot of boats on, not a lot of people on boats here, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas a la Mer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Wait, I thought Le Caillou was one big island.
Okay, if you want to get technical, the point is we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike.
I mean, no man is an island, really, when you think about it. Still, I haven't seen anyone sail a boat around
I
here.
haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's
Neither is this.
Not a toy.
A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Yes, I do.
Before you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
Do you have a license for that boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Let's go for the kill.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
No, it's a symbol of our subjugation to foreign capital, the bad kind of capital. No. Yes, exactly.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats of all social strata.
I gotta try.
She takes a sip.
Okay. Of course.
Nothing happens for quite a while.
Apologies for any of the background noise that you hear, chat.
As they do.
The thoughts happen inside his brain.
It doesn't.
My, it's as if there's a tiny spinner on the side of his head and he's reeling thoughts out.
Except he isn't.
The lieutenant is satisfied with where this is going.
A thought is going to come out of my head and into my mouth, and I will say it.
Of course. Lieutenant, I truly don't understand what is happening here.
I told you his methods are unconventional.
What are we talking about
It
anyway?
was quite a while ago, but I think, yes, we were discussing my fast, large, ineluctably middle-class boat.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
Cool, but your boat really needs a name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
I don't know. I just like the name for some reason.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
I think I have a handle on the boat thing.
Good.
Tell me about the Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain.
I forget. I think it's something to do...
The king
a parallel with, like,
several of the Indo-tribes remain.
The East Indies Trade Confederation. I think that's the name. God, I trying so hard to remember the historical parallel this is supposed to be. Like the British trading group that I'm pretty sure this part of the storyline was based off of. You should have saved. I should have. How much does the Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
the money I owe is so much less than that.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000
The East India
depend on
Company,
Wild
thank
Pines
you.
for their paychecks.
Thank you, Petey. My brain was not working there.
A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all of those
They
billions?
started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samarran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Personally, not as familiar with it compared to the Hudson Bays Company. I am in the reverse boat of you, in that case. It probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What is such a huge system with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
The workers of the company... You don't keep it moving, the workers do. The company is nothing without them.
We built this district.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it.
Good luck. It's only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice,
Negotiator.
I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean Measurehead?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
Oh?
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes, Both times, the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time, their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Apologies, I just got some text from my mom. Just responding real quick. Okay, back to this.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
What happened to this Guamant?
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget.
Oh, you can't say that word.
Stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I don't know what to think about that. Over-aggressive? Nope. Seems like they have no idea about business. I wanted to ask about something else. Yeah.
She nods.
Scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Tell me about this union boss, Mr. Clare.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Is he that bad?
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there's two of him? Da Vinci?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself outright the brothers, Claire? Let's take this back this straight.
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
an effective advocate for the rights of local working men, giant leech sucking out the life of the recticle, basically a socialist mob, effective advocate.
Why do you think so?
Between Everett, the human leech, and Measurehead, the union sounds like it's a motley crew, and I'm into it. Sounds like they're all Revachol, which, no. Good labor men can't fault them for a little corruption.
Well.
Oh shit!
That's one way to look at it.
Biggest
They're an
communist builder.
composition, albeit vile. But enough about Everard. What else can I do for you?
You said something happened with the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie. Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need to hear. Let's change the topic.
Of course. How else can I help?
That's only the third topic, chat. Oh, you can go deep with this.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets.
Secret
For the sake
task.
of my employer,
Oh.
I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Hold on a second. I can internalize. People think communism was some crazy idea that had comeuppance 40 years ago. A fever that shook the world, never to return again. They were right until he woke up today, a spiritual corpse responsive only to the call of Commodore Red, prostitutes, and Kosmazov. For him, communism is still a thing. He will single-handedly raise the commune of O2 from the organic trench where it has been resting, covered in ghosts and seaweed. He is the big communism builder. Come witness his attempt to rebuild communism in the year 51. Yeah. There we go. Meanwhile, yes, I believe I was supposed to upgrade empathy. Okay.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Oh no. I could have eaten it for all I know.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason. The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge, though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How do you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Really? I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Fuck.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
What do you propose, that we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
See. I'm sorry for putting us in this situation. I'll handle it.
I'm sure you will, Detective.
Let's get back to her then.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Do you know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos.
Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Okay, tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Am I going to need the bolt cutters for this?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way, but one step ahead of the Union in another.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier? It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol.
Oh no!
Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wandered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have that the Union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with the source ingredients for the drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We'll take the case, probe the drivers, then see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
You seem rich. Can I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Aw, why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
What nice fabrics.
Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible, within reason.
Yeah, so?
Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to shake this leech for some dough.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet. Oh God, the lieutenant is here too. Do not dishonor the force.
Oh.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
I'm gonna save.
Of course, Detective. You're back. Good.
Just in case.
Voila, you're doing it.
Can I have some money, ma'am?
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
I need 130 real.
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch. Whoa, whoa. Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown.
Nay, 'twould be dishonorable, and mine honor saved my life.
Can you eat honor? Are you an omnivore? Give me a break.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
I'm an honorable policeman, one of the few good men. Funny that you're worried about this and not your ruthless exploitation of an entire human race. Yeah, I gotta.
You're right, man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Thank you, that's all for now. Well, hey, we got the money. I would really like a bag. There's been just so many bottles around, and I just... I want to pick things up. I want to interact with the space, you know? There's a man. I have not talked to him. Is that a bag? Oh my god. We have it. Wait, so can I just go up to things, or do I have to equip it? Equip it makes sense. Do I just go up to like a bottle and click on it then, or... I know there was one over here. Several. I think you need it to equip to be picking things up. Makes sense. How do I equip it exactly? Oh! What the hell? I was doing that earlier, but it wasn't... Okay. Well...
Yes?
Oh, oops. Apologies. Kitsuragi, I was, trying to pick up these bottles. I should definitely talk with him at some point. Right now, we need the real. Especially as the sun's going down. Oh wait, any boss down here? I forget, there's like a button I can hold for... Yeah, okay. There we go. I knew there was more. Hi, Tracy. Cute as usual, as I see. Thank you, Willow. Welcome. Kim, do you have anything for saving the garbage can? Because I'm right here. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am 26. A lot of bottles over here. Wonderful. Oh, hey. Wait, this is where the body is.
The trash container. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron. Only in its social sensibility.
I was hoping it could be pawned off.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
We could throw it in with all of the glassware, and get it put in, like, you know, a recycling plant where it would be destroyed and used for non-racist mug material. Oh yeah, we never interacted with this.
The pile of Eternite looks stranger now that Kuno told you about his pad. Because, unless Kuno lied, you should just be able to pull the panels aside. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Wow, yeah.
So this is the shack Kuno mentioned. Let's take a look inside there.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good, vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
I've heard amphetamines make you really good. Someone has taken narcotics here. Perhaps the police should interfere.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Ah. I see. Oh shit, Riel. Very nice. Get out of the way or get fucked up. Cured pig's head, it looks mummified. Oh. I did not realize I would be moving around this much here. This doorway is gonna collapse soon. Oh shit. Postcard, Grand Couronne 37. Okay. Oh, can I upgrade? Oh, it's just items. Right. Sorry, I was thinking about this. Apologies. Whoa, the music's getting intense. No Safed. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming I can't just jump over. Unless? No. Ooh, I'm sorry for the little bit of screen tearing there. I'm seeing that on my TV. This is a slightly older TV, so my apologies on that. Is there a way for me to get there? I mean, maybe he'd just automatically...
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. Man down, a trooper has been left behind the enemy lines. You could swear it's more of an instinct than anything else, but you know it's a cop's cloak.
A cop's cloak? It's a cop's cloak.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
Oh, but what if he could? Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. I hit load oh, fuck. Oh, how far back did I just send us? Oh, God. Oh. Fuck. Did we still have questions?
Good. What can I help
Oh, I
you with?
didn't even... Oh. Okay.
Wow, you're doing it.
Of course.
She's surprisingly nonchalant.
I am so sorry,
Whoa,
chat.
whoa. Did you see how... Can you...
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer.
You're right, man.
Which he most certainly will.
Okay, speedrun time. I know where the bag is now, and I know where most of the bottles are. Inventory. Held. I forgot if there were bottles already. Nah. Well, at the very least, this gives me a chance not to pick up the racist mug. So I guess that's a small victory. Oh, hey, what's over here? I don't think I went over here. Oh, you!
Sneak up on me.
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
No, why would you even say that?
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all.
Yeah, fair enough. Orange bum hat. Hmm. Oh, hey, the greenhouse. I guess it's not interactable. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was one on the other side as well. Come on. Pick up the can. There we go. The can. Are there any up here? Oh, there's a book on the ground. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure there's some bottles over here. Yeah, there they are.
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, but a goldie.
Who drives these?
Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
Hey Kim, check this out.
A Stash Ryko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
Hold on, can I impress him? Do I know what happened last time?
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white, the colors of the Stars Ryko.
Let me guess what happened last time, Kim. Blue and white are the colors of Zemch. Someone painted it and got Zemch mad, and boom, murder happened?
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except it was a crowd of them. Tore him out of the vehicle and ran him over with his own tires. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Zhimsk community protested the trial, flying the colors. 5,000 came to protest.
Goodness.
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. 4 years for murder in reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
The prisons in the greater Revachol industrial harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain.
It's true.
The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
Could it be another Stash Ryko murder? You really should ask me to brief you on the case. But right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and guess the two aren't related. Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word. Yes, detective?
Oh wait, this had like political connotations to it.
Okay. I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this. But I've seen it blue and white. It's much better that way.
I should have said the other one. Fuck. I think that shows you how my streamer brain is starting to settle in, you know. Forgetting the little details. Oof. Oh shit, there's Riel on the floor. Okay. No, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just pawn off some of these right now, but I suppose there are a few more that I have to pick up. Oh, wait, yeah, wait. There's the ones in my room. That's the, like, the main source that I was looking for initially. Well, not looking for, but, you know. Hmm. Okay, so don't go in the dumpster.
The pile of Eternite looks stranger now that... Because, unless Kuno lied, there it is. You see a shabby little door.
So this is the shack.
Be still. The lieutenant, there's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Hmm.
Of course, detective. Swift justice. Don't worry, we don't have to investigate every trace of narcotics.
Yeah, swift, lightning justice. Faster, harder, justicer.
Oh no.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Oh, wow. I can't even deter them. They are on this track. We'll come back up here, of
Looks
course.
like someone left his man down. You could swear it's more.
Yes, you could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
Okay. Now, to make sure I don't fuck up, quick save. And we'll come back here after I dump off all the bottles. I'm afraid, like, the store where you recycle this stuff at will, like, close or something soon. And let's get the bottles from his room. Oh, wait, is there one over there? I thought I saw one. Keep going. I didn't notice that guy sitting there before. He's wearing a Sans jacket. Oh, shit! Wait! Oh, it's open now! Oh, wait. How's this going? You belong here, of course. Oh, wait. Can I not pick up the bot? Oh, okay, I can. Just not that one on the floor. Specifically.
The bed is cold and not...
Any in here? I mean, it's kind of hard to even see if there is anything in here, but... You know. Maybe out on the deck. That one big bottle. Can't bring it in. Probably get a pretty penny or pretty real from it, really. Okay. Let's go drop off the bottles. Wait, is there anything over here? Oh. Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. But who's this guy?
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
The idea of a king in a century gone is pretty fascinating.
The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50 years.
Ah. Okay. Oh, hello, what's this? Bottle of rum has been knocked over. Can I pick it up? No.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the...
Oh, we can come back to that. Just gotta make sure I get the bottles. Oh shit, they got a cook back here.
Man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Quebec. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please. It's not funny.
My apologies.
The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand.
He still labeled that. That's fucked up.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation.
Yeah.
He's not bothered by your eccentricity. He seems genuinely intrigued himself.
If you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
The door does not budge.
We'll come back to this. Let me go sell. Oh, almost walked right by.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
$3.50.
And the money appears with a satisfying jingle.
That's for like
You're
what?
a richer
Like
man now.
30? So that's got to be about 0.1 real per bottle then. Okay, good to know.
Is this about the questions again?
No. Well, I should probably go pay the money then.
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Could someone on your staff have put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Who else had the keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Thanks. Let's talk about something
Yes.
else. So about the money I owe.
Yes, have you got it?
I have your money.
Well?
Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
It's good you paid before 9 p.m., or your door would have been locked electronically. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Oh, I'm still gonna have to, scrounge up cash then.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Gart, I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage.
Oh.
So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
There's something else I want to talk about.
Yes?
I'm gonna sing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
Well, they said my body was ready. I don't have a sad banger, though. Not yet, at least. Okay. Let's do our little... Oh, right. There's actually... Wait, there's one here that I need to address.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Not now.
Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime? Maybe who cares? Just rum?
Finished thought. Let's save the game.
The worker is in a deep slumber. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial. You gently...
Okay, actually...
The worker. Perhaps he's on it.
So that way I don't have to walk over to him every single time.
The worker is in a deep slumber. You gently shake. The worker is in a deep slumber. There is only
there we
one
go.
way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
No words, just a primordial scream.
Why the yelling man?
Looks like
The
his
30-something?
sound
Oh,
A lot of
poor
sound
man.
workers around.
I need you to answer some questions right now.
Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer?
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police more than they usually do, at least.
Tell me about Wild Pines.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's that going?
How's it going?
Ooh, that's gonna make me sleepy.
What's going on outside?
I'm not sure what you mean.
We're in the middle of a strike down at the harbour, trying to force some sense into the executive board of Wild Pines. For one, I get you some more shut-eye in the mornings. Right to work, right to sleep, I say.
See anything interesting in your dreams?
Thank God, no.
Fathomless darkness that ought to be deferred, like corpses to a mausoleum? Was it pure nothing, your consciousness no larger than a single grain of malt? Tell me, was it bliss free of X somethings? You're right, let's talk. I kinda want to say number 3, just a little bit.
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir. But when I'm out, then I'm really out. No X anything. Just quality time.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness and detection.
Why are you sleeping here while the others are out striking?
They got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. I'm just getting some sleep.
Who's behind organizing the strike?
We are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. What's right for us.
You mean there's no leader?
Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
What about the dead body in the yard?
Yeah. What about it?
I'm just trying to find out what you know about it.
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs.
Kamsuser Todd.
If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern?
Someone has to look into it. Looks like I'm that someone. Tell me what you know.
I can tell you this. Trouble's ahead.
What trouble?
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all I know, and I prefer to keep it this way.
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes a note in his blue notebook. So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even Sleepyhair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective.
Yours?
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
Alright, I'll let you sleep.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
Oh, I was kind of hoping the bottle could go in the bag. Oh well. Is the pinball machine interactable more? Nah.
Hello again, sweetie.
I'll just... yeah. Let's get back up there.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible us.
Let's quick save. Oh shit. Endurance. Oh wait, shit. Let me check what's the what do I need to...
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Savoir-faire. I have a -1 in that though. Ooh. Well, I can only upgrade it once. Oh! Items are causing a -2 on there. Really? Hold on a second then. What's causing -2? -1 Savoir-faire. Maybe just for the moment.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is
Okay.
still caught on the railing.
Oh no. Oh, we're gonna have to watch him, like, nosedive. Or not.
No.
Shockingly. Huh. We are gonna have to watch an animation several times over, though.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope.
Almost there.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Your clothes might be giving you negative in stat. You could say... Oh, I'm probably reading that way too late.
Nope. No.
My apologies.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no. That's still too...
It's the horse again. Peter, the horse is here. Dude, let's kill the horse.
Is still caught on the railing.
I give it 2 or 3 more tries.
No.
That Adventure Time quote has been stuck in my head like the last couple days. There's like some edit of it online that makes it look scary. Oh, I got it!
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Let your senses take in the world around you.
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring.
Healed morale! Let's go!
Rendezvous with the concrete pavement below.
He's so on the money, Bratan. Just imagine yourself dual-wielding a bottle and a flaming cigarette whilst airborne.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
Yeah?
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Take all. All right. Spirit Decor and Shivers. I need different pants. I feel like that's not very beneficial to me at the moment. Okay. Collecting rainwater.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Wait, how hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Did I do that?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
This is really sad. I must have been miserable.
Yes. This scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Well, before we move on, I gotta get me my bag and pick up these bottles. That way, I can have rent tomorrow. Oh, missed one. Oh, I thought those were cones for some reason. Oops. Okay. Cool.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, Rene Ah, no.
So this is where Renee works. I'm gonna have a look around.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera. Rene looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of Rene?
I'm gonna ask him about it.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure. As long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
It's gonna take up a whole lot of time, probably. If I had to guess. White pine trees are printed onto this, the screen covering. Looks like a forest under snow. Oh! The great machines are sleeping. Oh, wait. Where's my pry bar? Fallen Ultra Series gloves.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this Container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
Ubisoft?
Container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, now belongs to Everard.
Do not interrupt the man's joyous little activity. Not yet. Oh, somebody's typing.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Are you in charge of the dock workers?
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
Oh.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union.
He sounds exactly like how I envisioned him.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Why are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out. He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and
I send down.
reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Fuck.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
Oh.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Take the comically large check, but don't say anything.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
No, it's cool.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun.
How do you know about that?
Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
Oh boy.
When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
How do you know about my lost gun?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
I'm gonna take a chance.
God, you're sweating.
Oh.
Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
Try to stay cool.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois?
Oh.
He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
While Everard is distracted by your odd behavior, the lieutenant's eyes are mapping everything around you. The folder, desk, papers on the wall.
Oh boy.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
I'm told the Union is involved in a local drug trade.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
No, I'm not.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Oh.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
Oh, man.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
I want to talk about the hanging.
No, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense that there's a but.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's...
But I can't think straight with
oops.
this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
Kim, is that true? Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
I bet you don't know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
1 second, chat. I'm just texting. Almost done. Alright, cool. Damn it, fine, I'll look into it. We need to talk about that murder.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
I met Joyce, the company representative.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Just pals.
Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Guillemot?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Funny, Joyce didn't mention any casserole.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
That much is true. His heart truly is in it. Though you wouldn't think so by looking at him. If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor now.
Why haven't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Okay, let's talk about something else.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. Listen, I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Hold on, could he be really holding my gun hostage?
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
I don't care about my gun. Keep it.
I don't care about my gun. I love it, Harry. Wish I could be like that, but I can't. I have a responsibility to this community. I can't have a loaded gun out in the streets.
The officer is exaggerating. Of course we care about the missing firearm, and we are actively looking for it as well.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
Oh! Eterna Boy. Thank you. Thank you for following. Or Etera Boy. My apologies.
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age... Yes, yes, Harry. You are obviously in peak physical condition, and I salute both your initiative and your physical prowess. Very impressive, Harry. Very impressive. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
You call me Mr. Dubois. Why?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
So that really is my name.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
My memory is fine. I'm just testing you.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Oh.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Let's get this straight. Do you know where I live? Do you know anything about my family? What kind of cop does it say I am?
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Nonsense, Harry. You lit up this container when you walked in here. You're my golden boy.
Let's get this straight. What is my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
You feel like a Dubois, but you don't feel like a Harry. Strange.
I feel like a Dubois, but not quite like a Harry. Something longer.
Sure, okay. You're Harold. Harmon. Haroldamus. But that's not what the record says. The record says Harry Dubois, a real man's name. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
Do you know where I live?
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
Drama. Do I have drama clo? I can't change. Shoot. Where'd you get the folder?
Ah, this? My
This translates
Oh,
into,
I'm sorry.
Haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
Do you know anything about my family? Do I have a wife or kids? Or...
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man, do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
I think I do. I'd be a wonderful father.
Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry.
Or them.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. Is he trying to hide that it's not a real RCM folder? It certainly doesn't have the RCM stamp on it.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you.
Yeah.
A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Everett, I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great, wouldn't want to get stuck in
Here,
here.
you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
I have a bad feeling about that. Oh, that's a window. Okay, now let's talk to this guy.
The lyrics to this container song are being... The accent is so thick.
Container, Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
Hi.
The look in its deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
Oh, Oh, whoa, it's snowing hard now.
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
Where is everyone?
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I have another question.
Sure. How can I help you?
You're Ubi, right?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
What's going on here? Look at the mountains of containers rising behind him.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
This looks like a massive redecorating operation, Kim.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Leo, has anyone told you why they need to change the covers?
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone.
Thanks, Leo. You've been very helpful.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Do you work here?
Yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Okay.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Hold on, who's this Miss Buford?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Buford. Interesting.
I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
What's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Okay, I'm off.
Bye-bye now.
Well, that was a little rabbit hole we just went down. Oh wait, there's nothing in there. No. Let's head back. Shit, how do I get back? Oh. Things overlapping each other a bit. I remember a few houses ago, because me and my family have moved around a little bit, there were these, like, power lines that were always making an electronic hum, just constantly. That's what that line reminded me of. Okay. Let's head back. Strange buzzing sounds. Book La Funny. La Fume? Okay. Every worker member of the board. Demand democracy. Oh, hello there.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Anything interesting?
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
1 second
the drawer
there.
slides shut.
And then close. Do I have anything volition related? No. Do I have anything that would be stopping my volition? No. Okay. And I can't upgrade yet. Alright.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever.
In that
An
case,
unlocked drawer
roll the
slides
dice.
Whatever's hidden here
Oh,
is
first
hidden
try.
there. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
Look at the note.
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Look, Kim, a to-do note with a list of errands for Everett.
One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list.
Take another look.
Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
I feel like I should go back up there and ask about it, but I feel like I might be pushing my luck considering how nice Leo is. Maybe at one of the future days. Oh, hello. Shades. I gotta equip those. Where is the magnesium?
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Why antlers?
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it.
Oh, I didn't know that. Why Frieza?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Flip through the pages and see what your eye catches.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Read the editor's note.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée. Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership.
Yeah, a little bit.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today.
Play it cool.
Yours, you flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
I want to catch up on international developments.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations, and the Free State of Seminine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
That weird
The
little
table
noise
of
was like,
contents unfolds before you. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is
C.S.
a long
Lewis?
essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for
oh
its
yeah,
high
we
speeds,
heard about that back at the
ludicrous
bookstore.
sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadruple
High death
on the
toll.
prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit.
Didn't know about that.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer. That certainly sounds like a certain delinquent youth who likes to harass you from her balcony.
Oh, okay.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée. Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
Hang on, who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Wait, why aren't they real names?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
What's so bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around
Okay,
the track,
Petey.
is reduced
Thanks for sticking
to an
around.
advertising
Hope you have a good night.
Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a fritter. And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Wow, you're right. I really am just in it for the violence.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Kim, did you know the Tip Top Tournée is actually an orgiastic ritual of capitalist destruction? I had no idea. Kim, this article says that no one really watches Tip Top Tournée for the races.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective.
I wonder what else is really just a metaphor for life under capitalism. It's too bad. I thought I liked Tip Top.
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Let's see what they mean by local concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbour red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous.
The writer G. Martin remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution, so long as it's only redistributed upward.
Well, that's true, actually.
It's true. The rentiers have been bleeding
That's what I'm
you
saying.
dry. You really ought to find your own place one of these days. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Put the magazine away. Okay. Well, I can definitely interact with the rest of those. Just not right now. Okay. Oh.
Mazovian Socioeconomics. 0.000% of communism has been built. Evil, child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmazov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory.
That
It
art up
has,
there is
however,
insane.
made him into
I
a
love
very
it.
smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
-1 visual calculus reaction everywhere. Left-wing dialogue options give +4 XP. -1 authority, downtrodden in the communist. Okay. Cool. Trace your drunken steps back home. +1 encyclopedia. Fractional memory returns. Research time 6 hours. Oh! It's an hour-based thing. Okay, I thought I had to, like, do something different for that. Okay. I mean, I could always use some more encyclopedic knowledge. Not quite there to level up yet, though. Okay. And then... Oh, yeah, we're here. Okay. Cool. Just head back down. It's already 21:18, so definitely should start wrapping this day up. I did not think it was going to take the entirety of my day, to be perfectly honest.
Bottle equals 10 cents.
Insert your
Your
bottles.
bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Alrighty. Let's start winding down for the night. Both in-game and in real life. Oh! Is he gonna sing a song?
Hello again, sweetie.
Apologies, I thought her name was Lizzie for a second. Whoa, wait. Oh, I thought he was on the floor. Ah, I gotta find a song still. One of these days. Alrighty.
The door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. He doesn't like where this is going.
Apologies. You know what? I never actually got to talk with you.
Yes?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it. I can't remember a single thing.
Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify.
Wait, oh, I gotta shoot him down. I completely
There was
forgot
an
about
ongoing
that.
labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Wait, does the briefing say who the
A
victim
security
was?
guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Hold on, and the RCM is...
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
Of course, yes, I understand everything now.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
Can we go over the preliminary info again? Would you say this is a mysterious case? If we were from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
Ah.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Ah, so this is a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are 2 columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
I wonder what this says about me that I was sent by my station. I must be... Probably have unbelievable kill count. Don't be scared, but I think I might have supernatural abilities.
He opens one hand and looks at it. A moment passes.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jambo?
Wait, which one is the one where you hear your Thai talk to? I see and feel things.
It's always good to have a police officer who can see and feel. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move.
What's so special about Martinez? Martinez.
Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
For some reason, I thought you had 104 solved cases.
Well, technically. The official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
So you're still a good cop, right?
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
And when you close your
The
eyes...
rows are endless. Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness. Your brothers have left you.
Okay, enough of the competition then. Tell me something else.
It's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
I want to talk about you.
Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
And tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Oh, okay.
The lieutenant nods.
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, like when you're thinking, do you ever have like conversations with like your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So he's not neurodivergent. Got it.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
I get it. You're one of those old school detectives. So how do you, So you're saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
That makes sense. That's all for now.
Good. Let's change the subject.
You seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
What if I want to work this case alone and beat it? Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Okay. Well, let's go shoot the guy down. That was nice to talk with him for a little bit. We gotta hurry. Oh, it's all foggy! Yay! I love fog. It's so pretty. Okay. Let's quick save. And now...
The man before you is naked.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
They only have one gun.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
It's been a while since I've heard your voice, Kuno.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boy.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your...
This isn't mere boundary pushing. There is a true suicidal rage in the kid as she's provoking you.
Hand-eye coordination.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly, the slow movement of the branch in the wind, and your shoulders directing the gun sink up, dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
I did it!
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Who killed you?
Communism.
Oh.
Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Who's laughing now, you little shit? How did I do that?
By being a damn good shot. Ace is high.
Aw,
The
thank
ace
you.
is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports. The
He's sticking his
gesture
hand
spread
through
across
me.
the
I'm just
world,
realizing it
despite
looks like
the defeat of the
he's like taking my heart outside of the back of my sternum. They weren't even facing each
A
other.
little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were.
Got a problem with it?
Kuno cracks with laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a seagull. It's clear he enjoys himself.
I knew they suck each other off.
What now?
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me. It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy.
Alright.
I would suggest we interview Everhart and Joyce, the leader of the Union and the Wild Pines rep. But we've already done that, so it's up to you, detective. Take us where we need to be.
Oh.
He trusts you have plenty of things in a task chain lined up.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'd like to look at the body.
Man lies on his side, with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion. By autopsy, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
First, what exactly is a field autopsy?
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Oh.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Actually, it appears I have forgotten what a field autopsy is.
Fine. It's a 3-part form to be filled out on the scene by the detectives responsible. One takes notes, the other dictates. The goal is to establish cause of death.
Do we need to get a scalpel for it?
A scalpel is not always required. I hope this is one of those cases. Latex gloves are, however.
Let's get in there.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
Alright.
I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes?
Where should I take these notes? In my paperwork?
Yes, you see, the field autopsy form is the one on red copier paper.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
One assistant?
That's you.
Harry Dubois.
The corpse is indifferent to your
I suppose it's a good thing I didn't shoot him down till now.
there. The next box says...
Coroner's case number?
KK57 dash 0803.0815.
Write it down.
Next.
Name.
NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write 42.
He nods.
Race.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish.
Write it down.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Right, male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death?
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment?
None. At least not after the initial examination.
A strange word. Treatment.
What exactly is treatment anyway?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Oh, well.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something sure-handed.
I'm not so sure.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copy paper tries to answer why.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Which was it that killed you then? Love or communism?
Huh?
You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was communism.
You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
You really need to learn the difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Maybe.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo resembling a microelectronical circuit board. It
Oh, so I was
reaches from
right.
the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation. Ligature mark. Still wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the bell to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges
Oh
like
boy.
white bread rising from the east.
This is not going to go well.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then
Rotate some more?
a really, really bad smell is coming from there now. And some kind of cracking sound.
Cut some.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that faggoty. Corpse fucking time.
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
Let him work.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts.
Whoa, Lumberjackson! Thank you so much! I hope you... Bonjour, happy birthday! Thank you, Jackson. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a nice stream.
Thank you!
What did you all stream? Thank you, Plasmir. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Bonjour, happy birthday. Thank you. Expedition 33. Got a press copy. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. I've heard about Expedition 33. I don't know a lot about it. But, you know, I'm intrigued. Adjust my glasses. Must flee, not to be spoiled on Disco Elysium, but I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Oh, that's totally understandable. I hope you also have a very relaxing night. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the raid. It's very pretty and very French. It is. It is very much both those things. And incredibly well written. Whenever you get around to playing it, I think you're going to have a lovely time. It's a fantastic, like, cop drama. But yeah.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls.
Let's
apart
continue
like a
the
flower decay,
autopsy.
revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Here. The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! Let's get up and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Oh boy, I mean... The ghost of the man did mention that, so it would be relevant, but... Oh god.
Ah yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant.
Yes, processing.
Mm-hmm. Just write down that we request an analysis.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he has is genitals and a deathly odor.
Inspect.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
Pick up the hand.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name?
My name is...
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia. And
Chromacopia.
your name is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
Nothing. I got nothing.
Nothing does. This was pleasurable. I sincerely thank you for touching my hand. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Were we expecting any?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Oh, that's fair.
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been barely keeping it together these past 2 items.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
The internal examination.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
If I may add the moral of this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises due to its high blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
Oh, right, N.A.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and
I love that
begins to
Sophie
massage
emote.
it.
Sorry, I
A
just saw
rotten
that in
smell
chat.
erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid ripped from the force of the lieutenant's hands. No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his.
Look deeper inside.
It's hard. Once more,
Oh
you
no.
taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking. Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. NA.
Why don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Oh.
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile ducts.
Am I an expert in those things?
Nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory directs to having forensic expertise on either one.
I don't think so.
Neither am I.
And that's it?
That's it. Same for toxicology and serology, NA.
Both?
Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there.
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
The completionist in me wonders if there's something we could still do.
We already have one test as per regulation, and we already requested semen.
Pigs requested semen like it's no big deal.
I'm not even interested in these boring mulkus anymore. I haven't sucked him off for anything.
Oh my god. Yes, better leave it at that. More important.
Leave it NA, then. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Omit the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What about the injuries we have inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
Okay, I have inflicted.
Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters.
So, back to the injuries.
Injuries.
What's the 4th field injury for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Bite marks?
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuna. He is silent with it. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal. Post-mortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature mark? I know he said it earlier. I've never said the word out loud myself.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling
ligature.
With a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Opinion, fatal injury.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
How'd it go?
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was the règle. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
What now?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Rip out the copy.
Processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Give it a shot.
run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
Look in his pants again.
The genitals in his breeches continue to be unnoteworthy. You see the penis of a dead man. If you've seen it once, you've already got the picture.
Can't get enough of that dick.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Yes, there's something we're not seeing.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Okay, where do we find a fridge for the body?
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know... But
Fuck are you looking at?
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was a misclick.
Wanna get fucked?
Only if all else fails.
Let's hurry then.
This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Well, I don't know if there's gonna be a big enough storage space. Oh, whoops.
Thank you!
Oh! Oh, the alert popped up so fast. I'm so sorry. Let me check my mod view. If Twitch will work. Oh. Okay. There we go. It's your girl. It's your gal. Thank you. Thank you for following. Just too speedy. It's true. Had to check the big list for it. Okay, let's see here. Is there... Well, there's a fridge back here and the mysterious blue door, but...
Can I help you?
I seem to be in need of a fridge.
Yes, yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead corpse into my fridge, right?
Yes, that's the gist of it.
Well, I have a fridge, and you're not putting it here.
You're just going to say something mean.
This is a culinary establishment, not a morgue. You don't have to ask me why you can't store a dead body in my kitchen.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No. The answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
Wow. Turn the lieutenant off like he was a busted old radio. He really is the lord of his realm.
Let's go talk to the Frit clerk.
Alright. Probably should have started there, but... that's on me. Oh, man. It just is so in the corner, I just don't even think about it.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. Wow. I didn't know you worked for the Union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the Union. The Union works for you by supplying you with cash.
Do you have a fridge?
Right behind you.
I need to store a corpse there.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not joking. I need to store the corpse of the hanged man in your fridge.
Okay. It wouldn't even fit, you know.
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery store isn't the best option for storing a corpse.
I guess you're right. Plus, this fridge is too small anyways.
Okay.
Does Fred have a warehouse in the back of the Whirling Rage?
A warehouse? I don't know.
Whirling Rags.
Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
This is important.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Okay. Well, shit. You got any
We should
advice?
think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. We can pick up where we left off tomorrow morning.
All right. Let's head back. Kind of sad that we can't find a place for the body, but just hopefully it stays there overnight.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Oh, all right. Let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
It's true.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
I was inspired by your confidence in me, Kim.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we are missing something, and there's still work to do at the crime scene too.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing, even under the overpowering odor of the corpse.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
Oh, Night Blue. Thanks for coming. After this little debrief here, I'll probably be wrapping up as well. Let's see here, wait. Like most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work. The initial interviews, yes, well, talk to some people. I wish we didn't have to do any of the interviews. The initial interviews.
Including Evrard Claire, a daunting adversary, if there ever was one.
Yeah, it made me lose a point of health and 2 confidence.
He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
That too.
He's not saying much on the matter.
I keep thinking that's the Discord noise. I know I've heard that like hundreds of times tonight, but still. I'm sure I can get him to tell us more. It's a tough cookie, that one. I'm a little intimidated by him, honestly. He has stuff on me. He's a tough cookie.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
I don't know how I feel about my name, actually.
That's normal. It's best not to give it too much thought.
Kim must have had doubts about his name at some point too, but deliberately discarded them.
Have you ever wanted to change your name, Kim?
Change? No, not exactly. But I think all of us at some point imagined what our lives might have been had we been something else.
That's true.
And then we feel trapped by the names we've been given, as symbols of the intentions and expectations of others. Even if I were to change my name now, upon hearing any syllable that sounds like king in the street, I turn to see who was calling me.
I suppose that is true, but, you know, it's just affirming, really.
But let's talk about Joyce Messier for a moment.
We tried to interview her, but she asked us to do something else for her.
I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important. And dangerous. Very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You running? Is that a statement?
I didn't think you would commentate on that. I just don't like to waste time, you know? My mind moves fast, the rest has to keep up. Training for a long distance run. I don't know why I do the things I do. I mean, I just was trying to get as much done as possible.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those heels. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Oh, thank you. So what are your powers exactly? The RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually
Fugitives?
caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
I see. And if someone resists?
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on.
Have I killed anyone?
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility.
No, I don't think I have.
Perhaps. But Precinct 41 is known for a higher than average rate of kills.
Oh.
He's not judging you. He's respectfully acknowledging the difficulty of working in your precinct.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Right. And who makes all these rules? The coalition government?
Yes, the international community's mission in Revachol, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more. No
Oh! Barry! Oh, it was not overlaid correctly. Barry Lux. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for following. Appreciate it.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The moral intern. What is it?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt.
Ah.
Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Better not to ask.
The lieutenant breathes out a chestnut-scented cloud of cigarette smoke and looks at the city he's sworn to guard.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Ah.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
They've done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Actually, vigilantes is okay with me.
Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
Say nothing, just look out into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the Gri?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Yeah.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods.
Sorry.
Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
I hope our investigation here will improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Alright. Well, see you in the morning. One last look in the mirror.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face adorned with the expression.
Oh. Wait. Switch that out. Chain cutters. And what was it? Interfacing. Oh, whoops. Could level that up. While I'm here, let's level up Encyclopedia one more. Yeah.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands
Oops.
if you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened.
Yeah.
For Revachol, your city. That meant only one thing. Guillaume Lamillion, out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit somewhere in Revachol West. Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now.
Oh, so
Only
it's like a
the
David
grimace
Bowie
remains.
type expression. I feel like I need to add clicking sound. Oh no. How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else? Like who I am? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
But what about the click?
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Lamillion's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume Lamillion, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
Oh, how quirky.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Hi, Miss
The bed
Bowie.
is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Crawl in.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep.
Oh.
And then sleep doesn't come.
Oh, I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow?
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oddly.
Roll over to the other side?
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. your thoughts lost between the slowing brainwaves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep. And
Twitch.
Images
Sorry.
start forming.
Whoa. Oh, I'm in a dream sequence? Oh, fuck. I had no idea that this was in the game. Oh.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who you are.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people.
Oh, this really does take place a long time ago.
You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed.
Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet. Grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type.
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Well, better than waking up on day 1. Oh, I can't save the game yet? Oh, he's got to do his little animation. Okay. Well, I think that's going to be all for me for today. Sincerely, if you've been here before or you're new, I'd really appreciate you coming. Whether you're part of the raid or you've been here the whole damn 10 years I've been streaming. I super duper appreciate it. Again, I want to thank Vamp for being here. And I want to thank Jackson for the raid. Really appreciate it. Again, this really just reaffirmed Disco Elysium as probably one of the best games ever made in my mind. I'm very, very happy with how, you know, that story all unfolded. I was not expecting it to be that long, just for the single day, I mean. I knew it was slightly in real time, but like, you know, we went through a lot. It's almost been 9 hours, which is like the longest I've ever streamed. Not quite a streamathon, but I mean, for me, that might as well be. Thank you, Galactica. Since we have 12 people here, I think that is a sizable amount to raid. I'm gonna send you over to Mar. Gotta make sure I spell Mar's name correct. Katoto. Okay. What should the raid phrase be? New, but congrats on 10 years. That's so awesome. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I hope to see you, you know, real soon. If you want to keep up with the stuff that I do, in my Twitch description, there's a link to my personal website, which also has a link to my Discord, where I post frequent updates about what I'm doing, like my art and videos I've worked on for Salty DK Dan, and when I'm streaming. Disco's back in Elysium. You know what? Fuck it. That's a pretty good phrase. Let's do it. Alright, well, I hope you all have a lovely night, and I hope you enjoy Mar's stream. Hope to see you again soon. Bye. Go bye-bye. Let's go. Wow.